What you think they was doing when he was laying down?
Clean record. All right, VC Realm. Wise You, Christopher Gooden. Everybody make sure they did the each one teach one. Share this out on your other pages real quick so we can cut down. We can cut down on the What Did I Miss crew. before we get into the topic there. The topic of the class today, causing misunderstanding. Yeah, for a few more people. What's the deal though, VC Ron? What's going on out there on the news wires? You always keeping track of the news wires there. True self, fly phrase from the Providence plantations. Still there? Queen Mecca, what's going on? Where you been at? The God I be. What's the deal? Yeah, I was just over the last couple of days, I was thinking about how the political sphere, we haven't we've let our activity die down too much from last year. Doesn't appear to be uh, as many people, no the efforts to get our issues to the forefront is not as it's not as intense as during the election year. Yeah, that's true about the mural. Um, I'm still in contact with the people that put the mural there. Um, I'm not sure if they're gonna be able to replace it this year, but that is kind of indicative of the way the effort faded. So for Bill, yeah, you gotta catch the rerun. So far, Bill, L7. But yeah, though, I'll be, I see certain things, that could be clouds on the horizon. Like some of the things that Biden is doing, uh, some of the things Biden is doing, the way that policy is ultimately going to play out. I don't know if it's going to be positive. I don't know if it's going to be positive for us. Self I build. I just came on. We got a little late start today. The Georgia voter suppression laws. These like they've been passed already, or they proposed. Because I had to tune the news out for a minute. Don Bishop. Yeah, I had to tune the news out for a minute. Started, sometimes the news get like, it gets like over 80% propaganda. Like right now, I probably start tuning back in, just to keep abreast of the little blow by blow on the George Floyd case. But Self Out Bill said it was a sister in cuffs on the news. What happened? People getting arrested is generally not news unless they really cross the line. Our gosh, and sister said they locked the sister up for knocking on the door as the governor signed the bill. Wait, what do you mean? What door she knocked on? PC Realm says state by state means not one size fits all. What's with I heard old man stepping in on doing a vaccine passport for the whole country via federal involvement. Um, I saw some stories is just um I mean it's one of those things that's a slippery slope. It's a slippery slope. It is the kind of thing where uh approaching it as one unit. You know what I'm saying? Like it's clear, like if if you doing a vaccine over here, but then whatever they doing over there is causing new strains of the virus to arise, then it's really kind of I'm working for nothing. I'm spinning my wheel here. You know what I'm saying? uh, uh, but at the same time, you know, the federal government, starting to come into people's everyday lives and make something that is like an authorizing kind of thing. This is not something that you really want. This is not something that you really want. Melissa Davis. So the governor's door in the state capitol. So I did. That is what the scene looked like that I saw, but I didn't really pay attention. So she got into the state capitol and knocked on the door. Man, she got arrested. Has she gotten out yet? Self-out Bill said, unfortunately, it seems like Chauvin is getting off. So what made it seem like that so far? Because like I said, I'm about to get back into it so I could check it out, but I didn't get a chance to yet. Like, is the prosecutor just presenting a weak case? Is there evidence coming out that is making it what's or is there evidence that's being excluded? Because it works like that too. So you said the defense for Chauvin said the crowd distracted the officers, so they didn't realize they still had him in a blood chokehold. Hmm. Quite a defense there. Oh, snap. So wait a minute. This woman she's a legislator, the woman that got arrested for knocking on the door. So she's like a state senator. I would she's a state senator. That man, man. Self-out Bill said the family got paid already. I don't see them giving up 20 plus million on the house. I mean, I gotta check it out. I'm saying, that's why I'm asking out some of the details of. So Don Bishop said the prosecutor did a good job. The defense was weak. So why does it seem like Chauvin is getting off? Man, so the sister's name is Part Cannon, and sister's name is Part Cannon, and she's a state legislator, and she was arrested for knocking on the door as the governor signed the bill. Well, being that she's a legislator, I'm sure she got out by now, but still, I guess we got to analyze that. I guess a little bit. These is, politically, Georgia appears to be the front lines right now. Yeah, I mean, what's making you say that you think they're gonna get off though? Still there, self I built. All right, so Don Bishop is saying he thinks Chauvin is gonna get convicted. So you saying that because the defense is so weak, it looks like Chauvin. I mean, to me, just but and I'm not speaking. I'm just speaking on just the kind of images that's being presented through the media is that they trying to throw Chauvin under the bus. Not just as a and it may not be ultimately under the bus, but I'm just saying that that's just the way the government works. The government works with fall guys. Somebody has to take the blame for this to, maintain the integrity of the operation. You see what I mean? So we don't want to have to say that our policies here at the police department, right? At the very most we can admit is that our policies maybe didn't have enough monitoring so that we could caught this bad apple. But he's just a bad apple. He's not indicative, right, of what it is that we about and what it is that we do. So in that way, I thought he was being thrown under the bus. Now, don't get me wrong. Sometimes that's just temporary. You know what I'm saying? Meaning, there was at least one person, going back to a situation that, kind of played itself out already so we can see a little bit more about what happened, right? When you go back to Iran-Contra, you know what I'm saying? Does anybody recall, uh, does anybody recall Oliver North? So yeah, Oliver North, he got convicted, did a little bit of time. Then he came out and he, wrote his book, got a couple of TV shows. He was one of the first people that had a Fox News show. And he, just became an expert talking head, whatever, you know what I'm saying? So and that's just one guy talking about that one scandal, but there's, people from every era. But just saying that, yeah, it works through four guys. Sometimes listen, we gonna hold you down. We gonna hold you down. You know what I'm saying? Look, while you in there, you know what I'm saying? Look, we gonna give your son, right? We're gonna give your son a job over here at this law firm. So, your book's gonna be straight while you do this little bit for us. You know, come home, we're gonna hook you up, whatever you need, but in the meantime, we gotta protect this thing of ours. So just from the strength of that, not saying that the state of Minnesota found Jesus. And so, they decided that they was going to do the right thing. I'm just saying that that's the way the government works. So just from that image, you know what I'm saying? But in terms of the details of the case, Self-I Bill, what is it that make you think he might get off? Comments only said the Asian stuff getting out of hand. They already got support. Asian owned business, like people don't already. Um, you know, listen, it's everybody's getting paid. Everybody's getting paid right now. And uh the the last thing that they waiting on, I wouldn't even say they waiting on, and I'm not paying 100% attention to it like that. You know what I mean? But, well, let me ask the question. Have they named the devil in this new religion? Because a lot of these things is just religions. And that's one of the key elements of it, is once you identify, that this is the devil, right? So whatever's happening wrong, it's not your fault. It's because of this devil right here, this curse right here. And see, if you notice, that's the way that's a part of the blueprint that they took from us. Out the Gate TV. Welcome to the channel. That's a part of the blueprint, right? That they took from us. You know what I'm saying? In terms of Black people fighting for freedom, justice, and equality in America, right? Or just in general, right? Is that we was able to identify, right, what was the key things, right? At least the key things that we felt was holding us back. So if we feel like education is holding us back, right, we got to attack education. If we feel like Jim Crow is holding us back, we got to identify the places where Jim Crow is the worst, and we got to try to attack those places. You know what I'm saying? For this Black oppression, white supremacy was identified. And so with these other things, you know what I'm saying? You got to identify. To give another example, see, feminism, right, has identified the patriarchy, right? And, for some of them, they've identified men as this is the enemy that we have to work against, So one of the reasons I'm bringing that up is, we don't want to be identified as the villain. We don't want this same blueprint, because if you notice, that's one of the things that's starting to happen now, is that the blueprint is now only used to gain benefits for the group that's using it, but now it's used to even oppress whoever that group is identified as the enemy. So that's what I've been observing from the outside so far without really getting involved with it. God, I beast it. I think Chauvin to get third degree in a few years. Um, you know, sounds extremely plausible. Uh, Divine Truth came in, calmed Islam. He said Chauvin would get convicted and his sentence reduced further down the line when people forget about the situation. Sounds extremely plausible. Don Bishop said they had the 911 operator who took the call. She noticed after 8 minutes of the call, they still had him pinned down, and she called the captain to say something is wrong. Hmm. Well, these are the type of things what I'm saying. Like, this is the type of thing that, uh, the prosecutor, put like this, the prosecutor in Mike Brown's case wasn't putting this kind of stuff up. A lot of times that's ultimately the situation. When the prosecutor is very, when they feelings is very intense about, wanting to convict somebody, they go all out and leave no rock and turn. But like I said, this is, that's one of the signs where I'm like, yeah, they throwing you under the bus, man. Mathematician, so he may have to take one for the team. Gotta be said, what's Crump's job in this? Well, I saw the headline. I didn't get all into the story where Crump he secured I think the largest. Well, I can't say he secured it. He's their lawyer, and they had a settlement that is the largest settlement for that type of thing. I think it's in Minnesota State history. I don't think it's America. I don't think it's in America, but Crump. Uh, I it's difficult to say. You know, um, but when people is going through pain and you making money, that's always gonna be something that kind of sends up red flags. You know what I'm saying? That he shows up and just I'm like leery about just that type of tone, people that strike that Christian preacher tone. Like not for nothing, I don't know if you noticed that Obama would do that if he was talking in particular to a black audience. He would strike that Christian minister tone. So, uh, I mean, he's not doing anything that would make me say, he's working with the colored people and nothing like that. Nothing that I've seen so far. I'm just saying, what his real agenda is, besides, you know, like right now, to me, you know what I'm saying? And this is limited, just from seeing him on TV and just seeing, he's like just a different kind of ambulance chaser. Smell goods, guys see. So Carmen's Lumley said the Asians, the movement, uh, I don't know, what do you call it? The movement that the Asians are having, I guess, against the anti-Asian hate, that they really haven't said who it is that is kind of behind the oppression. You know what I'm saying? But watch out for that. Watch out for that. Whenever this person gets identified, or even watch out for, is this a new strategy where maybe you don't uh, directly identify who the boogeyman is, right? And so now anybody can be the boogeyman. Oh, God, I be said the new devil is Nas X. I mean, that is kind of the way he presented himself. You know, uh, just the uh, ordinarily you might say that's slander. Don't say that about the young brother, but he did kind of present himself. Oh, see, look, I was just saying what's the name in Commons Law. You put it right here. They got a new acronym now, AAP. So what does AAP stand for? Anti-Asian Pride, or is AAPI? Hmm. Anti-Asian People's Initiative. District 120. Divine Understanding. God I be said, what is the signs of Allah in the Urban League? Um, you mean like how they got together, or the Urban League was it was uh like those aid societies. It was one of those aid societies in particular, uh for black people that was moving to the north from the south. Um, was there to provide economic assistance. So, when you first got to the north, getting a job, getting an apartment, those types of things like that. That's what the Urban League, um, that's what their, I guess, mission was. You know what I'm saying? You had all the different organizations that was trying to assist brothers and sisters that was just generally striving to live a good life at that time. The Urban League was amongst them. Um, so when you see that meeting, when I think is it Lyndon Johnson and Martin Luther King is there, A. Philip Randolph is there, John Lewis is there. They all representing different organizations that they had different missions, to uh, either they was aid societies like the Urban League, you know what I'm saying, or they was organizations that was active in the civil rights fight like John Lewis and the SCLC. You know what I mean? But I'm trying to think of what was the brother's name that was the head of the Urban League. And because eventually him and Martin Luther King kind of fell out. Like he was one of the people that was like, all right, look, we got integration now. We got this, we need to get this money. You know what I'm saying? And, stop agitating these white people. And he was one of the people that was like, when Martin Luther King kept, he kept going, at the civil rights, like, nah, what's this? Like, yeah, it's a good start, but, then you start minding other people's business, when you start talking about Vietnam and all of that, you know what I'm saying? Which not saying it was other people's business because young brothers is going into the military and, they getting maimed, they getting killed, they coming back with drug habits, et cetera, et cetera. So, it's not like that wasn't affecting our community, but I'm just saying that was a kind of bigger picture thing that, the government didn't see that as a business. If you know what I'm saying? But like in terms of how they got together, um, that was just a mechanism of how it worked. You know what I'm saying? Like that was a mechanism of Allah not wanting to sign no types of charters. Like in order for us to kind of remain free of all of the limitations that come with that. You know what I'm saying? Like if you and I know this is gonna lead to a whole other can of worms that I really prefer not to get into, but once you accept the benefits of a certain status, right, from whoever the authority is, you also accept the limitations of that status. So that's why, uh, the way the transaction went, so that it could appear correct on all their paperwork, whatever they had to do, but I never heard anything about a law really working closely with them outside of whatever interaction they had dealing with the school. We got B said Mean Gene said Sharpton is an FBI informant and once tried to line up beside it. He rolling with Crump. He hold up. Mean Gene said he's rolling with Crump, or he said that Al Sharpton is rolling with Crump. But you know, Al Sharpton, whew, you know, Al Sharpton is one of them kind of people that I really, Al Sharpton has been everything except a professional wrestler. Listen, professional wrestler and a race car driver. But I'm saying, like, Al Sharpton has been James Brown's road manager, you know, Don King's protege, a preacher, Don, he's one of them people, man. A news commentator, a news host, so with Al, he's a double-edged sword. You know what I'm saying? Is he a charlatan? In my opinion, yes. You know what I'm saying? But he played his part in the awareness. He played his part in the awareness of the situation in America. You know what I'm saying? He I think he capitalized off of it, and I think in some ways he made it look ridiculous. However, in terms of on a national level, you know what I mean? Like between the Panthers, and even though not to say they on a level with the Panthers, but I'm saying between the Panthers and Black Lives Matter, you had Al Sharpton and Jesse Jackson. You know what I'm saying? So, while neither one of them is somebody that I wouldn't put them on a level with, Harriet Tubman at all. You know what I'm saying? Not even on a level with, Muhammad Ali, but you gotta take the best part. I think the best part of it is that, they did kind of, keep the idea of what was going on with Black people, in the awareness of everyone. But in terms of that, though, but you were saying that Crump is down with Mean Gene, or Mean Gene is down with Crump, or Sharpton is down with Crump. Oh, so they absorbed the Pacific Islanders with them too. Carmen's Lonely said the group AAPI is for Asian American Pacific Islander. So the Pacific Islanders is, I guess that's everything from the Philippines over to Easter Island. That's all right, yeah. So the guy that being saying how they got together, yeah, nah, uh that was through Mayor Lindsay and Barry Goddard. Like because I don't know how long you've been wrestling in Harlem, right? But anybody that was in Harlem for a long time, right? The Urban League had other street academies. It was one. It like they weren't active, but the structures were still there. You know what I'm saying? So if you came down into Harlem back in the days, right? I think on 130. Hold on one second, y'all. Yeah, right now I'm doing my video, my live stream. You know, I do my live streams on YouTube, right? Oh, no. Yeah, that's I'm broadcasting right now. I'm not seeing it. Oh yeah, we was talking about the other. There was other. There was other street academies. There was one on 136th Street, right? One on 144th Street. Like for every, the same way how, the culture in Harlem kind of, you got the train stations, 145th Street, 135th Street. You had one on 100. I think that was 115th Street. And then, so those was the ones for 116th, 135th, 145th. And the school was the one for 125th Street. So whatever was going on with the Urban League, that was a program that they had. You understand what I'm saying? So then they worked through that program. They worked through that program in order to do the school. In terms of all the technical dotting the I's and crossing the T's. If there is any closer relationship between them and Allah, I never heard about it. Wow, that's crazy. I didn't look at that. So Carmen Islami said in terms of the Asian movement, right, standing for Asian American Pacific Islander, that they may have added on the Pacific Islanders because if they just leave it AA, then you don't know if it's African American or Asian American. That's slick right there. So they get to grafting and separating as per today's degree. Peculiar, peculiar. Interesting. All right, so yeah, so God be said Sharpton and Trump. Yeah, I've seen them, you know what I'm saying, since the Trayvon situation, given the press conferences and everything together. Yeah, I just told y'all what I think about Al Sharpton. So, of course, you being around with Al Sharpton is not the best. It's not the best sign. You know what I'm saying? Being somebody that's been around and somebody who's been around for a minute. 793rd. But yeah, somebody who's been around Al Sharpton since he at least came out of the woodwork. I wouldn't say out of the woodwork, but since he really, he kind of burst on the scene. I don't know, I wasn't aware of him. I don't know what level of popularity he had before that, but he burst on the scene with a case with a young woman named Tawana Brawley. And that was the first claim to fame I recall that. And the issue with that was that the Tawana Brawley case turned out to be fake. So, of course it's fake because, I don't think he told her to fake it. You know what I mean? I think she was the one that made the story up, but it's just that, and then after the story turned out to be fake, he continued to insist that the officers be convicted. Like he is. So like I said, he's been around in New York for a while. He's from Brooklyn. And just the different things that I've seen, even his protests, he to me, he appears to be controlled opposition. And so he is opposition. Like I said, he's keeping this thing, it's like with the NAACP, you can't say they've been 100%. You can't say they've really been good, but at the same time, you can't say they've been bad, but they are, they was brought into existence to be controlled opposition. You got so they building a new urban league national headquarters on 125th Street. Is that what they put in the National Black Theater? I was wondering what they was, because they building something new right there. my knowledge, all our ties with them, like our last ties with them was like in the late 70s. You know, since then we haven't really had no dealings or no contact with them. Tamika Mallory, that's, you know, she's another person that, yeah, I really don't know what to think. I really don't know what to think. Oh, so the new headquarters is going to be between 7th and Lenox. So is that what they put in, like where the parking lot used to be, where they had the restaurants before? Yeah, with Tamika Mallory, I don't know what to think. Hold on 1 second, yeah. Yeah. But oh yeah, Tamika Mallory, yeah, I started seeing her around the National Action Network and all of that. I mean, you know, I don't want to, you know, prejudge nobody. You know what I'm saying? Sometimes, you know, we jump all over somebody before they get a chance to even do anything. You know what I'm saying? I mean, she is somebody that stepped into the forefront of everything. You know what I'm saying? And just on the strength of that, then, you know, yeah, examination is necessary. Yeah, well, alkaline water. But so yeah, we segue right here into the topic. That was a good question. Edward Green said the question is, can Tamika Mallory make money and maintain integrity? I mean, you know, the main thing that happens is uh, what comes into question, right, is when, these are the same companies that you accusing of things. You know what I'm saying? Does, when you deal with control opposition, right? What is the mechanism of control? Meaning the mechanism could be that I got some kind of scandal on you. Like I got pictures of you doing something you ain't supposed to be doing. And so through that, I can control, I can manipulate what you do. You know what I'm saying? So, that ends up being a question. You know what I'm saying? On the flip side of things, that is also something, right, that you know, uh you know, how many people that they was in this fight, for freedom, justice, and equality, in terms of economically, Martin Luther King, Malcolm X, these brothers ain't had no loot. You know what I'm saying? And, that is something that went on to affect their family, whereas they fought for things that allowed us to be able to live a good life. That was another level of the sacrifice that they made. You know what I'm saying? And that was, that the specific thing that you're talking about with this activity with the corporate people, that's the Al Sharpton, Jesse Jackson uh, modus operandi right there, where we come in and we accuse these companies of having racist, uh, having racist policies. And then, the next thing becomes, all right, you gotta give us this money, under the auspices, you gotta give us this money so we can do things for the Black community, but then of course we notice on our side that these things never materialize. Now, I'm not saying that's what she's doing. I'm just saying, of course, is that, that's why it is a valid concern to be examined. You know what I'm saying? Which the brother already introduced it. We can go into the topic of causing misunderstanding. And, we speaking right now, it's a good little leeway, what I'm saying, of one of the things that causes misunderstanding, uh, you know, or let's simplify it like this. Having misunderstanding, right, is also in it's a product, right, of doing things out of order. See, just like you can't put the wisdom before the knowledge, you can't speak on something that you don't know. I mean, you can speak on it, but you're not going to speak on it intelligently. That's not going to be wisdom because it won't be based on knowledge. By the same token, you can't have understanding before you have knowledge. And before you've, been wise in your analysis of that information. or in your application of that knowledge. You see what I'm saying? And so one of the reasons why I said it relates to what I'm saying right now, right, is that one of the things that happens is you go into a situation out of order. And the reason you go into it out of order is because you have already your own understanding, right? You got a picture, right, that you formed before you had the knowledge and wisdom. So you didn't have enough knowledge and wisdom to form a clear picture. So when you experience, whatever the thing is, it leads to misunderstanding. See, what is one of the most common statements that's made in the midst of a misunderstanding? Oh, I thought blah, 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 blah. Oh, I thought this. Oh, I didn't know that. See, things was out of order, right? But if you notice, the person who says, oh, I thought that, or I didn't know that, but see, what caused the discrepancy is you still activated, right? Based on the picture that you had in your mind, you caused the misunderstanding. Because when you've done that, right, you've done one of the key things that, around the world, they'll tell you leads to what? Misunderstanding, which is assuming. I started doing the knowledge to that in a very strange way, a very strange thing kind of inspired me to talk about that. It's I started looking at uh really you could say this entire fight for freedom, justice, and equality, and the people that's in freedom, justice, and equality. Right. And I started seeing that, for instance, right now we talking about Tamika Mallory, right? In a lot of our minds, we have a picture of a Moses, meaning this is a picture of a savior, a saintly figure that comes to save us, right? And so a person comes up and they say a couple wise words about the situation, and then what happens is we impose this Moses idea of this messianic idea of Jesus coming back to save us. And so we're thinking this person must be Jesus. And see, two things about that. See, either one, the person turns out to be a scammer, right? Or two, the person can never live up to this holy concept that you have in your mind that's just a figment of people's imagination about holiness. because you imposed an unreal, this is not real life. So it leads to a misunderstanding about how we should deal with that person, you know, how we should examine that person. You know what I'm saying? How we should activate on the things that this person say. See, we bring in our own understanding to that, and that's what's the person is not letting you down so much as you're just being disappointed because your expectation was never real. It was never something that really could happen. That's a relationship between the people, whoever we saying is the leadership, and the rest of the people, but really in every relationship. If you go in a store to buy something, they put it in a bag, and then you get it home, and then you get it home, and it's not the way how it was. It's not the way how you saw the deal that you was making. So I started looking at the misunderstandings that's kind of arising between uh kind of different groups of original people. And it started making me think about all of these different ideas of unity, right? All of these different ideas of unity amongst Black people, right? They're all very romantic ideas that we form ourselves. They're all very romantic ideas about how all we got to do is, come together as if, we all just sit in the same room. They're romantic ideas about who is going to assume the leadership. How much support is, every group going to get from all the other groups? And so these different groups is never actually seeing each other for who they really are, right? And not who they appear to be in your own picture that you have in your mind of who they are and what they should be doing. And so we run into that situation where it's about, well, what are you doing over there? Now you shouldn't be doing that. You should be doing what we doing. See, like for instance, with IB, he's strong in the political realm. Not saying he's not strong in other realms, but I'm just saying, in particular, he speaks on that, right? Now you may have some other people that's like, nah, we shouldn't be doing that. Why? Because that's not the picture that they have in their mind. The picture they have in their mind is, that, listen, man, politics is dead. We've got to do economics. And so it leads to misunderstanding, division, and dissension. Yeah, that's what sparked me to uh come with that particular title, you know what I mean, about causing misunderstanding. But that's just one example. Getting into the mathematical basis of why that happens is because things is out of order. You put in the three before the one and the two. So it works like that. We say put the two before the one because that's simple. That's illustrated for us in the degrees, right? In so many words. 21, who is the founder of I Like Attract, Like Repel. That's what for what. That's plain English right there. Two before the one. You see, you can't put the three before the one and two. You can't put the four before the one and two and the three. You can't put the five before the one and two, the three and the four, etc., etc. See, if you ain't go from knowledge to build, there's nothing to born. You can't put the nine before the one, two, three, four. Listen, and your biggest mistake ever, your biggest mistake ever. And let me tell you something. See, putting the two before the one, that's like a mental death. Putting the zero before the one, that's a physical death. There's just no coming back from that. But ultimately, that's what these things is. That's what misunderstanding is a product of. See, because what is do we do we have a grasp? What is one of our uh kind of anecdotes that we use, right? Is understanding understood. See, understanding, on whatever level you're looking at it, is this is a relationship between knowledge and wisdom. And see, understanding understood with that bonds equality. You know, this is about a relationship. To see misunderstanding, you know, that's when understanding is not understood. See, because there's having understanding and then there's being understood. And see, when those two things don't balance, right, then we have misunderstanding. The equality is unbalanced somehow. You either don't have enough knowledge or enough wisdom to see clearly. So the same thing goes into what I say about the degrees. You got to know the whole 120 lessons to understand 120 lessons. So like I said, there's having understanding and there's being understood, right? If it's two roles to play in it, you always got to realize that with the other person, right, you can't really control what they're doing. You got to look at the role that you playing in the misunderstanding. And so now you put things back in order and you put the knowledge and wisdom, right, before the understanding. This is what brings understanding to a situation. You having a misunderstanding with a person. What you do, see, you take it back to the knowledge and wisdom. All right, you know what? Let me do the knowledge to how I'm reacting to what you're saying. Let me do the knowledge of what you're saying. Let me do the knowledge of what I'm saying. Let me knowledge the wisdom. Let me knowledge wisdom. Let me use my knowledge and be wise, right? Why? Because I have understanding. See, I'm not going to add on to the misunderstanding, right? By continue to argue and escalate this misunderstanding with you. See? And so now I don't contribute to the misunderstanding, and the misunderstanding becomes diffused. Because see, if uh you know this thing is going to go left, right? Like I said, you want understanding to be understood. Now you're dealing with the good equality. Now listen, if we're going to deal with the bad equality, right, then listen, I'd rather have the understanding than be understood. See, most people would rather be understood than have understanding. But see, listen, understanding is the best part. I want to have the understanding. See, when you want to be understood too bad, see, you go to give somebody a piece of your mind, but you ain't got enough mind to be given. And so all you do is increase the misunderstanding. Because if you're dealing with a person, who you want to have the misunderstanding, you want to have the misunderstanding. See, I'd rather leave the situation saying, all right, I see this person here, they don't have understanding. I can't talk to them about certain things. I got that understanding now. But this person here, this person is crazy. Yeah, keep interaction with them down to I have understanding. That's in one form, but even in terms of saying, why we continue, why we study daily, while we build on the lessons all the time. See, because I have understanding. See, I come on here and I speak to y'all, I'm understood. You see, I have understanding. I see clearly, so I know that this picture can still get more detailed. And so, like I said, what I do, I go back to the knowledge and wisdom and continue to study daily. See, remember, that's how pictures work. See, you might got a picture, right? But your picture is a stick man. You got a stick man figure that the little kids draw in the kindergarten. You see, you could be talking to somebody that his picture, you ever see one of the pictures where the person can draw so good and they're, just the way they can draw the shadows and everything, they draw a picture that's so good that it looks like a camera picture. It looks like somebody took that picture with a camera, but actually somebody drew that with their hand. See, because I have understanding, I know that's the sign. So like I said, these is the things that I thought the people who, the people might want to look at that, you know what I mean, about what is the things that we do that bring a misunderstanding to a situation. Right now I'm speaking in all mathematical terms, right? But when in everyday parlance, it's called prejudice. We don't deal with prejudice, we deal with justice. We weigh and judge what is. It's called bias. These are the things, this is all the understanding that you're bringing to the situation that's leading to more misunderstanding. The same way if you bring understanding to a situation, it could lead to more understanding. But if you seek to come to a situation, right, and be understood first before having understanding, you really putting the wisdom before the knowledge. Like if you don't understand Chinese and you go and speak to some people in Chinese, they ain't gonna understand you either. You won't be understood. If you having a conversation with somebody in any capacity and you don't have understanding, you're not going to be understood by the other person. If I come on here talking about the signs I'll be talking about and I don't understand it, I won't be understood by y'all. So when you bring misunderstanding into a situation, you're going to cause misunderstanding. Now, of course, these things that I'm saying is simple. These things is there in black and white. You know, all that above is caused by the sentiment. So it's not really like I'm telling y'all nothing new. But sometimes you can know that something is happening, but really don't understand the mechanism of how it's happening. So you can walk in the room, right, and hit the light switch and turn it on. But do you really understand the mechanism? You know, like for instance, Shaquem just came in the room. Now, see, he deal with construction, you know, building in general. So he has an understanding of the whole mechanism. All right, when you hit the light, this is what's going on right there at that spot. And then this kind of signal is traveling through the wire, and then it, you understand what I'm saying? And so we have to understand the the mechanism of what brings about misunderstanding, right? Because look, we all know people like that. We all know people like that. They see they don't understand the mechanism of misunderstanding. So you know what happens? They argue with everybody all the time. And nobody really likes them because it's always a misunderstanding. And they don't understand the mechanism of it. They don't understand that your problem is that you always try to be understood and you don't have understanding. You always trying to see what I'm saying and you didn't hear what I said yet. How are you giving me back an answer about what I said? You didn't hear, you didn't acknowledge the wisdom. You thought you seen what I was saying. You thought you knew what I was saying already. These are the things that lead to misunderstanding. We don't see Mr. Spock just came in. So I'm taking a chance bringing up this topic right now. But you know, if you notice, that was a characteristic of Yakub. He was the big head scientist. The people who think they know everything. That's an element in it. So you know, it's like I said, it's not exactly rocket science that what we went through today, but it is something to keep in mind. You know, a lot of times it's the smallest things that you got to keep in mind that make the day go righteous. See, like West Coast Wise came in. You know, West Coast Wise is a chef, right? You know, the smallest thing can mess the day up. They got all the times, yo, the person, yo, they went over there and they touched that thing and then they forgot to wash their hands. And now everybody came to the restaurant till they got sick. And now it's the smallest thing sometimes you gotta keep in mind to make everything go righteous. So you can't miss the forest for the trees, but see, don't miss the trees for the forest either. See, this is a part of, like I said, before, then this is what we're dealing with. Understanding it's on every level. And when I say on every level, I mean it's what you can see with the naked eye. It's what you can see on the microscopic level. It's what you can see on the telescopic level. And what the microscopic level means is the details. And what the telescopic level means is the big picture. We catch back up with y'all over here. Tommy Robinson. Yo, 793rd. And 793rd is the resident hip hop historian. 793rd was saying, if you go to the Public Enemy's video, Fight the Power, there is a cameo from Tawana Brawley. God our beat said misunderstanding, misunderstood. Yeah, that's what happens. You know, this thing comes on that same. Let's face it, that's our teachings, right? That all that above is caused by the center man. But like you said, misunderstanding, misunderstood. You know, uh, is also on the same line with why did Musa have a hard time teaching the devil in the year 2000 BC because he was a savage. Yeah, they both were. They all were savage. The people he was teaching was savage, and he was savage. So of course, the people is going to have a hard time understanding when they can see that you don't know what you're talking about, or you're not living what you're talking about. B said that's like these vaccines. How can anybody make a decision without truly understanding the science? Perfect example. Perfect example. Where we don't have any knowledge and wisdom here to get a clear picture of what we want to do. And has anybody heard? It's a story that the other strands is starting to affect even people that got the vaccine. Complete God alive. God IB said, took me a long time to truly understand it. Yeah. In all its aspects, right? From love, the black child, the clear picture, tying all these things together. Oh, complete. Said I'm not a holy baby. I would hope not. Divine Truth said 85% are looking for someone to save them rather than save themselves. Individuals wait on the ideas of a mystery to free them, for they are afraid to free themselves from a mental death and power. Yeah, I don't know how long you was on Divine Truth, but that was the point our view was on. That was the point that I was making earlier when I was saying that, you know, because we have that image, right? A lot of times we we uh we impose that image on individuals, and then we get disappointed because that person could never, live up to that. So, if Tamika Mallory comes out and she leads a couple of marches, is what I'm saying, right? Is that now all of a sudden Tamika Mallory is the Virgin Mary? Not because she says she's the Virgin Mary, because that was the idea that we had in our mind. It's kind of like that anecdote where they say if all you got is a hammer, then everything looks like a nail. Or kind of like I say with the police, if you give them a gun, a nightstick, mace, a taser, handcuffs, these are the tools that they got. What are they supposed to do if they walk up on somebody that's crazy? And I can try to talk to you. That don't work. Okay, he's got a gun, a stick, mace, taser, handcuffs. If that's all you got, then everybody's a criminal. You already impose you impose that image that you have on everyone. This that's at the heart of what we're saying happens in these police interactions. That you could walk up on somebody who's an accountant, right? But the police imposes you know uh pick your pick your unstoppable criminal and insert his name right there. That's who they see. Kids standing in front of the store, hanging out, no, what they see, right? The image that they impose on them is not, these are thugs and drug dealers, right? And of course, from that, nobody gets the best part. You know what I'm saying? Got any we'll go ahead and open this up now for any questions. Open it up for any questions. is the had to check something out real quick. Ready there? That's it. We got no questions. See, I'm gonna tell you something. I tell y'all before. And we dealing with people that don't know 120. You ain't got no questions. Stop making me think you ain't studying your lessons. You might be, and remember see, the beginning of studying them is memorizing them in the way that we do it, right? You got to memorize them, but just because you got to memorize, don't mean that you study it. I hope everyone realizes that. Putting them on cap is just that's just the tip of the iceberg. Is West Coast Wise in here? West Coast Wise, I know you know the answer. So I'm not talking to you right now. But for everyone else, and this is a real question right here, what is the final stage of learning? See, the first is silence. What's the last one? All right. Tommy Robinson started it off with teaching. District 120 said understanding. Seven eight third said deaf. B said teaching. YG said sharing. Mrs. Spock said application. Divine Truth said a physical death for knowledge is infinite. Now, 793rd in Divine Truth, I'm in agreement with y'all. I probably should have made my question a little bit more clear. You know what I'm saying? Death is the end of learning. It is that's the end. You're not going to learn anymore, whether you physically or mentally dead. You know what I'm saying? So that's actual. But what I'm talking about is the last stage of learning, meaning the completion of the learning process. And in the completion of the learning process, everybody, they put something specific, right? But the last stage of learning is action. And so the people who said teaching, this is an action. This is something that you do with the knowledge that you gain, right? That shows and proves that you have that knowledge. So like when you learn how to tie your shoe, for whatever period of time, your parents or whoever shows you, they keep showing you. And then one day, they don't show you. They say, go ahead now, you go ahead and just do it. Let me see you do it without me helping you this time. And then when you can do that action, you showed and proved that you learned. See, that's the key right there. Like all the stuff it is. Like, see, somebody tell you, whatever they tell you. All right, what have you done with that? Like a person come to you right now, right? And they tell you, yo, look, I know how to make $1 million. All right, how much money you made? And how much money you made doing it? Person could go to school, right, and learn brain surgery, but you wouldn't know if he did it before. That's the ultimate show and prove. That's we go into the first phase of that when we speak the lessons, when we step into the cipher and we show and prove our verbal understanding of it. That masters that world. The world of, concept, and concept comprehension, and verbal expression. But then you move on to the other realms, right, of idea comprehension, right, and physical activation on whatever level. See, like again, you got the guy Shakim, he said mastering, who deals with the science of construction. See, people that do construction on that level, right? People that, like, 'cause you got some people that they just work at the construction job. And they just go down to the site, follow whatever orders, cash their check and go home. And then you got some brothers that they go out and they got they might work for the construction company, but then they go out and get their gigs. They go out and find their own jobs. They got their own company or whatever. If you notice those people, right, they always got mad pictures of their work. Like anybody go on somebody Instagram that do construction on that level where they get their own contracts, they do their jobs. They got all this, yeah, this jump off I did right here. Cause see, anybody can tell you that. I can come and tell you, you know, yeah, I mastered that. I can do it. And in every profession, no matter what the profession is, there's always that person. They got all A's in training, don't know what they doing in the field. In every profession, there's those people. That can't show and prove what they know by putting it into activation. And so, going into what the God I be is saying. See, that's what like Scrans, if you really knew what was causing certain things to happen, you could fix it. Like if you really knew what was causing, if you really knew what was causing high blood pressure, you could fix it. If you really knew, like, see, look, if you break your arm, see, they really know what that's about. They know how it happens. They know what a bone is. They got, so you go in there with a broken arm, they fix it right up. You go in there with high blood pressure, you in there for life unless you fix that yourself with your diet. Like if you planning on them getting you off it with those pills, I mean, it's possible. I don't know. I never heard of it. But I haven't read every medical journal. I don't, but I've never heard of that. Because I know people who might have was taking the medicine and then eventually they got off, but it always involved some type of dietary change and, in a lot of instances, also some physical activity changes. And see, this gets to the heart of what we got to do. This gets to the heart of why our word has to be bond and we have to put things into activation, right? Because we subject to the same laws. Meaning if you got all this knowledge, you got all these, descriptions and titles from God to Savior to ruler to master, etc., etc. But the people can detect no building, no adding on in whatever form that it is, right? Then you become the mystery God. Because see, you're the person who didn't show and prove nothing. That's what it's telling you. That the people go through hard times, hunger, nakedness, and out of doors, and this mystery God don't show and prove none of the stuff it says about them in the holy books. Now, God's happy divine says here, if knowledge is infinite, looking, listening, observing, looking, listening, and observing, there is no last stage of learning. All right. Now let me see you're misunderstanding the idea of what I'm saying. See, what I'm saying is this. See, knowledge has to go to born. See, and when it goes to born, then that knowledge adds a cipher to show and prove that it completed and that something was born from that knowledge. See, knowledge is infinite, right? But, you know, in the form that is constant change. And so in the midst of that constant change, right, there has to be constant observation of what these changes have brought about. You see, I know what a butterfly is. I've seen butterflies, I chase butterflies, I caught butterflies. I know what a butterfly is. See, I cannot learn what a butterfly is again. I can't learn it forever. So in the same way, that once you know the black man is God, you can never unknow it. Because knowledge has been made born. There is a final stage. Or, like I said, let me put it back in the terms that I did when I made it clearer. There is a stage of completion. And we recognize that when something is born alive. Man, you 5 minutes behind? But yeah, that's why a word has to be bond. You know, not in the I swear to God sense. You know, see, because that's what most people see when they see that degree. And I mean, that's a stage of growth and development because we growing out of a mindset that, you know, we was indoctrinated with from birth. And so we come into the knowledge and we hear, you know, we see the degree word is bond, and the way it sounds like swear to God. So that's how we start using it. If somebody can say, that's a snail right there on the ground, right? And then the other person say, where's bond? See, you could have just said, swear to God. You could just ask him if he swears to God. That's a part of it, but you're not fully understanding what word is bond means. It means that those words have to become actions. You know, the snail can't become my actions. Nothing about me saying that's a snail right there on the ground could become my actions. And so you have it, you're not understanding fully what word is bond means. But like I said, those are just the steps and stages. There's steps and stages, of growth and development. You know what I mean? These are different pins. This is different pins that have to be pulled. Different pins that have to be pulled out of your brain. As brothers is building with you, they're cutting you out of the belly of the beast. So these things don't happen instantaneously. They don't happen overnight. That we have to swim 9,000 miles. It's all over the degrees. That we got to deal with growth and development. So, anybody's going to see that, it's definitely, you're going to see a change. If you're sincere, you're going to see a change day one. You're going to see some changes. But then over the length of time, you're going to be able to see how your knowledge has added ciphers over the years. To see when you had it 5 years, you're going to be looking back when you had it 1 year, like, damn, I thought I had the knowledge then. So when you have it 10 years, back your first year, it's like, man, I was actually leading people in the wrong direction. You get it 20 years, then you be looking back at when you had it 10 years to say, like, damn, I was leading people in the wrong direction. So you see the change in yourself in the growth and development. I mean, you should. If you've been doing this for 20, 30 years and you don't see that change, you know what that means, right? Should just stop 20, 30 years ago. You should. You should have just went on and did whatever else, man. You wasted the best years of your life. You wasted the best years of your life trying to be something that you're not. .793 said in 1975, Frankie Valli had a hit song we grew up to, indoctrinating a whole generation. Slang in the 90s in Connecticut in certain hood, word to insert some loved one that passed or yourself? Are you talking about, well, what song was that? But yeah, definitely, word, you know, we under the impression here in New York that that came from Word is Bond. And then it definitely, uh, yeah, I think was Word the Mother. I think Word the Mother might have been first. But yeah, they all came out. Word to Daddy, Word to this, Word to that. You know, but now they changed it though. It's not word is to the mother and all that no more. Now it's, or before you just say word. See, now it's on God. It's on. I think it started on God, but then now you hear everything. You know what I mean? Like on Harlem, like you hear everything. On the gang, on my kids, on my grand, like. So we've had some evolution in the inner city slang there. But somewhere in there is a relationship with Word is Bond. Who we got in here for the people that I don't know if you're just coming in or not, but this is really question time. We were speaking on signs of misunderstanding and what brings it about, and how, ultimately misunderstanding is a product of you putting things out of order. You putting the three before the one and the two. And all the different ways that manifests itself, you know what I'm saying? Like when we speak on these things mathematically, we speak on a mathematic basis for it, right? But then there's still a reality of how it manifests out there. You understand what I'm saying? Meaning we could say it's understanding at a cipher, right? But okay, when you outside, right, and you encounter a person, place, or thing, right? What aspect of that person, place, or thing is the understanding? What aspect of that person, place, or thing is deciphered? Just as an example. But I'm saying from knowledge to born, everything that you deal with, okay, what aspect of this is the foundation? Just like if you somewhere, let's say you go to a location, uh, it could be, a store that you go in, right? And you get into whatever discrepancy, right? Not physically, but saying, you have whatever issue that you have in the store, right? So, you let them know that whatever happened, was not up to your expectations. And you find that the person that you're dealing with can't help you. So what do? You ask to speak to the manager. Say, who's the foundation here? Who can manifest something, right? That is going to go to born and is going to be born alive with this situation. Sometimes when that person can't answer, then you look for, okay, where's the foundation of the circle that you in there? Let me speak to corporate. Wait, District 120 said London Stock Exchange had that as their motto in the early 1800s, if not mistaken. What? When I'm rambling on, I can't recall Karma's Long. You said constant elevation. I think Karma's Long is probably on a delay. I think everybody's on a delay today. What's going on with y'all, man? Snap out of it. So I guess y'all don't really got no questions. You get ready to wind this down. I need to talk to the brother. Oh, word, my word is my bond was on the London Stock Exchange. That was the motto of the London Stock Exchange. Dictum meum pactum. No. So 793rd said that what he does, he said he was 40 minutes behind in the video, and that he put it on 2x and he caught up. So when you put it on 2x, do I sound like Alvin and the Chipmunks? Quiet minds need to know these things. So yeah, District 120 just confirmed that in 1801, the motto of the London Stock Exchange was "My word is my bond." I guess we know why they took that off. '49 Wu Tang. Welcome to the channel. Hit the like button, subscribe. '49 Wu Tang said, "Knowledge of self going into the future." What do you mean? I gotta try that one day. It probably don't work with everybody. See, I'm a slow talker. I talk slow. So it probably works out with my boy. It probably wouldn't work with everybody. I'm a prime candidate. '49 Wu Tang said, "New ways and actions being manifested." I mean, they are. That's well, I don't know what degrees you knowledge, but in our degrees it tells us that we have to renew history. You know what I'm saying? What that means is, uh, there's gonna be new aspects of our environment. You know what I'm saying? That come about from change. The environment is constantly changing, and so we have to come up with exact ways to apply our knowledge to each situation. You know what I'm saying? You know, uh, even if you're just talking about the seasons, like right now, the seasons is changing. So see, 2 months ago, the clothes that you put on to go outside and manifest mathematics is not the same clothes you put on right now. The mechanisms that you got to use to save yourself. All of this has to be adjusted exactly to the environment. And so they continue daily, we gotta continue daily. That's one of the key things that happen. See, we be skipping days. They don't skip no days. Anyone else? Anyone else? Last questions? Before we take it down, I got to get in touch with some of the brothers this week. I want to delve into the topic with the crypto. Supreme Divine. Supreme Divine, was you supposed to come back and build with us on something before? One True said, I'm going to say it, and I may be wrong. God building online typing is easier than being in a hot seat. The idea of building and adding on in a cipher may make some uncomfortable. So even, I mean, uh, I mean, online hasn't been around long enough for me to make uh it hasn't been around long enough for me to make an assessment. You know what I'm saying? Like, and I don't know, you know what I'm saying? Like, it could be somebody and I'm just not really aware of them. Um, but, you know, has online produced the Umala? You know, have they produced, you know, supreme understanding? You know what I mean? At the end of the day, that's the test. Like I said, to show and prove is what the internet does. You know what I'm saying? Or what the people, what the brothers do with the internet, right? Using that technology. You know, then because what I'm saying is then that ultimately what that does, right, is it makes it a different set of challenges. You know what I'm saying? Because in some things, yeah, when you took them at the actual point of sitting on the hot seat, where no, you can't just log off. You know, you can't just choose to not respond and text, that aspect of it. But in terms of the aspect of, now actually getting to put somebody on the hot seat is almost impossible. Like to keep everybody, in the cipher on point was easier when you could just go to their house. But you're going to see them at school, they got to come to school eventually. So, is definitely a unique set of challenges. You know what I'm saying? And a lot come in his own good time. So the internet is a thing. You know what I'm saying? But it's the people who's the 5%, who's the 10%, who's the 85%, and the things that they doing. To see, it was easier for me to catapult the propaganda. Like if I'm in school and I'm teaching, it's easier for me to, overcome the 10% teachings, right? Because this stuff wasn't on the internet. It wasn't all this flashing lights. You didn't get likes and comments and all of this stuff like that, for crazy stuff. You know what I'm saying? And another thing that I think is more difficult, I mean, see me, I'm pretty much be in the same circles. But I'm just saying that when I look out there and I think about, because 49 Wu-Tang talking about the future, uh, when I look for the brothers that, they coming in now that they got to do the teaching in the future. See, y'all dealing with people with a little bit of knowledge. This is the hardest group of people to teach. See, people with a lot of knowledge, you just got to show them how it relates. And people with no knowledge, you got a clean slate. But see, you get somebody with a little bit of knowledge that think they know. And see, this is the, people wasn't woke. I'm not saying there was no consciousness out there was no people like, that Mumia was around. There was people talking about that. Divestment from South Africa. You know what I mean? Apartheid was still going, when I was getting knowledge. There was things, I'm not saying that there was no consciousness out there. You know what I'm saying? We didn't have the Migos, you know what I mean? We had Public Enemy. So, of course, there's knowledge out there. But I'm saying this kind of woke, this modern day wokeness, that didn't exist. You know what I'm saying? So, the history is the history. And of course, I appreciate the way it is. You know what I mean? I appreciate it. I think it's, part of the best part of me coming into this. You know what I'm saying? But, understand that y'all got unique challenges that may not necessarily be easier. Like we might be looking at it like that right now. You know what I'm saying? They not necessarily easier, they just different. It's kind of like when we deal with the science of them taking the chains off the body and putting them on the brain. So it presented a different set of challenges. You know what I'm saying? Not necessarily easier. You know what I'm saying? It's like was it easier, right? Dealing with the brutality when it was coming from the Klan than it is when it's coming from police departments across the country. You know what I'm saying? It's it's just a different, what I'm saying, a different way that the oppression is being manifested in a different way. You got to deal with it. So, I would say, let's not come to a full conclusion, on the internet just yet until we see what the brothers is able to produce with it. You know what I'm saying? Either way. You know what I'm saying? We don't have to say that it's the greatest thing of all time. And, we also don't have to say that, this is the thing that destroyed the nation just yet either. You know? All right, District 120. Yeah, I go on Clubhouse because it's interesting to me, you know what I mean? Because it's like a lot of points of view on it. You know what I'm saying? It's probably because of me, but I'm saying, like, even when I'm around different type of people, they don't really say these things around me. Like, I'm just talking about the different, and you know, especially when you deal with the fact of, what we have to master, just like what we was talking about all day, that we, you know, the understanding, right, that needs to be between us in order for us to be a society of men, women, and children for one common cause, right? There has to be an understanding amongst us as a society, right? Understanding is a part of civilization. One having knowledge was an understanding, right? So, when I go on there, it kind of, I see what is the challenges to that understanding. That's another topic. I'm actually serious about that topic. Not serious, like I'm, but did we all catfish each other with this idea of Pan-Africanism? Like, we all had this romantic picture built up in our mind about what was going to happen if we came together, but then we came together and seen that, yo, I'm really feeling them cats. 49 Wu-Tang said it's hard building with A-like when there's none around. I mean, listen, it sounds harsh, but I mean, sometimes you gotta realize that, like with any other situation, you know what I mean? I don't know if you got little brothers and sisters or cousins or whatever, Wu-Tang, you know what I'm saying? But, if you got little brothers and sisters, and y'all all do something, right, that's wrong, a lot of times your punishment is going to be worse. And so this is what happens, man, when you got knowledge. This is another thing that is said plain and simple in our lessons. You got chapter 12, 47 verse, and you got chapter 12, 48 verse. The servant who knew his Lord's will, but prepared not himself, shall be beaten with many stripes. The servant who did not know his laws well and prepared not himself shall still be beaten, but with less stripes. Just saying all that to say that was just to, I guess, put a velvet glove on an iron fist. But if you someplace and you're claiming to be a 5% poor rights teacher, if there's no air lights around there, that's because you. That means that you got to start building and teaching. See, it sounds, like I said, it might sound harsh. It might sound, yeah, well, listen, when you come into a midst, whatever cipher it is, even if it's the rally, it doesn't matter where it's at. And you start building, the people that's alike, they're going to be attracted to that. They're going to detect that frequency and tune into it. And the people that's unlike, they're going to say, yo, yeah, stay away from Simon, man. He always talking that righteous shit. I don't want to hear that shit. And those that's this will begin to internalize the knowledge that you making born and take their position next to you. But it starts out where you gotta just start manifesting. And I mean, if you somewhere and you are around with air, like you got to do that too. But what I'm saying is that, yeah, when you go, but listen, man, certain places where if you go, yeah, see, don't be opening your mouth without these people knowing that it's something different about you and that thing is civilization. And what I'm saying is universal law. It's not, specific to being a 5%. White thing Mason walk around with their pens. Because everybody who's alike, who knows what that pen is, right, is going to be drawn up. And everybody who's specifically not with that, you want something else, they going to look at you and make that face and walk away. And those that have that in them, that want to be a part of that, will internalize it and take their place next to it. So just keep that in mind. But remember, it's also in you too. Meaning, don't get me wrong. I'm not, like I said, this is about understanding being understood. So I'm not telling you to just go around being an asshole and a jerk. I'm not telling you to be obnoxious, but at the same time, see, when you build on this mathematics, right, you can't be trying to make friends. I'm not saying that you can't be, friendly with a person, but I'm just saying that, because motherfuckers ain't gonna like what you saying, or motherfuckers ain't gonna like you as a person, or whatever the case may be, right? That's not gonna have no impact on whether or not I manifest this knowledge. Now, in certain places, you go into the gig, then the knowledge that you manifesting, right, is doing what you got to do to take care of your family. So you going down there just to talk shit to them is stupid. It's not wise, and what you're saying to them is not wisdom. But these are the things you gotta do. You gotta let the people know what's causing all this to happen. And when you tell them that what's causing all this to happen, right, is your civilization. You being one, having knowledge, wisdom, understanding, culture, refinement, and never being a savage pursuit of happiness is what caused you to be able to move in any cipher, person, place, circumstance, whatever it is, and always get the best part of the understanding. Just listen. I know what you're thinking. Should have took the blue pill. Unfortunately, this is the kind of milk you can't unspill. So, you know, you got to buckle in and do your job. Jake Johnson, or Jake Johnson said what I said. There are no air lights around, then you have to warn them by teaching. Don Bishop said there was a question on Instagram, why do most guys choose to be with women who were 85ers? The Earth said it's because they're intimidated. I said maybe because he sees a clean slate as to a female who thinks she knows it all. That land ain't useful. I mean, now, this kind of topic, this is a Hotep channel, I don't know if y'all necessarily want to tackle that question on this channel. I'll let y'all type one in the comment box. If anyone cares to hear my opinion. Because I know that my audience here loves, respects, and protects the Black women so much that they probably don't care to go into that. Seven Eight Third says the news stated that in order to get an invite to Clubhouse, the system must have access to your contact list on your phone. I mean, I don't think they got. I would have to check again, but no, they don't have access to them. I never put my contact list in. I don't care what aspect of the software I can't use. Like, it's always something. Look, if you want to do this, you got to let us get in. All right, then fuck it. I just want to use that. But that's me. I'm funny that way. Right, District 120. Yeah. When you on that clubhouse, topics of conversation come up because it's still got that anonymity of the internet, right? Which makes people say things that they wouldn't say to your face. You know what I'm saying? It's definitely, you know, uh, it's just got that effect where, like, you could talk there because the police is there, you know. But then at the same token, because it's not like Facebook where you typing, because the people is talking back and forth in real time. Now a little more emotions and a little more rawness comes out because when you type in, you get to delete and go back and all this. But when you talking and these emotions start getting touched, now things start coming out in a little more authentic way, I think. So like I said, on there it's a little more, oh, so this is how you really feel. See, on Instagram, you in there putting your daily affirmation type shit. You know what I'm saying? On there, you get a little more how a person, in my opinion. What are all these ones right here? God's Cyber Divine. What's that about? Tommy Robinson, why is you? You got trying to get my channel revoked here. Divine Truth said, I know a brother who does that whenever I'm building with youth. He'll say something when I'm not around, hoping they stop wanting to learn. Well, you got people who their plans for negativity include the people that you're trying to teach. So you remember a lot of these other, really all of the other people that we might be talking about, that we trying to save the babies from, right? Those people start at a young age. Like the gang OGs is out there buying ice cream for the little kids, man. Ronald McDonald's, Ronald McDonald's, Ronald McDonald, uh, Mickey Mouse, all these different characters is there to introduce, children to, entertainment and consumerism and all of this, right? They want it. So when it comes to young minds, you know what I'm saying? A lot of people have plans for them. You gotta, I mean, like I said earlier, they continue daily, so we gotta continue daily, and the matter is urgent. So now we got Tommy Robinson, Waju, Wu-Tang. It's only a couple of people what it seems like that want me. What's the question again? Oh, let me. Why do most guys choose to be with women who were 85ers? The Earth said it's because they're intimidated. I said maybe because he sees a clean slate as to a female who thinks she knows it all, that land ain't useful. All right, now, and then what did she say after you said that? 793rd said Ronald and Mickey, aka the Real Billionaire Boys Club. So Jake Johnson put a little quote here, a little quote from Allah. Quote, and I can teach them myself. That means after I get through with her, everything be all right, because that means she's not contaminated with, unquote. I spoke on this topic in the past. Oh, here comes Carmen's on me. You see why? You see why it's hardcore getting into a topic like this here? There's one thing about the way she worded it, or the way you worded it right there, is you said, why do guys choose to deal with women that were 85%? So it's making me wonder, when you say the woman was at 85%, does she have the knowledge now? You know what I'm saying? And the other question would be, is this an earth that was born in a nation, you know, like was you know, because to some degree here, I got to take some offense. Like, I mean, I was 85%. What the fuck? And you got some kind of problem with people getting the knowledge to themselves. I'm not sure we you know, but this is before we tackle a whole bunch of this here. Let's keep in mind, Allah is at 85%. Nigga, Malcolm was 85%. Elijah was 85%. This is where we come from, dude. Our duty is amongst the dead. So, you know, we had to see what she meant by that, even though Don Bishop makes a statement here that makes it even more odd. Don Bishop says she is at 85%. Yeah, I think I need some more context and background on this situation. Like, what is this? She just made just a random post. Like, if she's at 85%, how does she even know who's God and who's the earth and how they deal with each other? FDJ Beats. But you said, so Don Bishop said she has knowledge, but she feels she feels guys don't be getting at her like that. I mean, it's a thousand. It's a thousand factors. I mean, uh, it's a thousand factors. I don't really. But at the end of the day, it like I'm saying, like I already started saying it seems a little bit illogical, her saying, why do brothers deal with women who was 85% if she was at 85% before and somebody brought her into it, why you don't want nobody else to get a chance to get to knowledge? Wait, me? The earth got at me offline for throwing a wrench in her game when you touched her one time. I do have like a group of earths that I don't know why it is they think they can tell me what to do. But yeah, they come and they express their issues. But yeah, it's yeah, the individual woman asking that question, this channel is probably too hotel. So Tom Bishop says she's she's a nice looking earth. She just feels like she gonna hold a guy's foot to the fire if he's slacking, and she feels guys don't want their women telling him what to do. Well, if she knows the answer, why don't she? If she knows the answer here, why don't she just change? Sounds like she's saying she knows it's her personality. I mean, sometimes you got to realize the people that you're dealing with in any situation. You in the streets of the suburbs somewhere. You might speak to certain people a certain type of way. You wouldn't speak to them on the streets of Chicago. Now, most of the 5%ers that I met, not all of us, but most of the 5%ers I met, one of our strong characteristics is we don't take orders well. We don't just follow instructions. if we did, this would be the last thing we was doing. Like if I just did everything they told me to do, I'd still be down there in Mount Zion right now. So, if you're coming up to a 5%er with a whole bunch of rules that you're trying to impose on him, you know, I just, I don't think that's gonna work. You know what I'm saying? But clearly I mean, now don't get me wrong, there's two sides to that. In terms of as a community, right? We do have to set certain standards. That's what having certain standards and having certain values is about. And I do think that, it is an unpopular opinion, but I think that public shaming needs to come back. Like this idea that, everybody can just do what they want to do and there's no public shaming that, yo, dude, you did something that is detrimental to the whole. Like this is something like you don't do that in this society. It's like if we in a fishing village, like, look, dude, don't play with fire by the boats. Like wherever you're gonna play, go play someplace else, man. Don't play with fire by the boats. This is not the rules that we do. And if we catch you playing with fire over there, we're gonna publicly chastise you. Everybody, the entire society is not going to accept you doing that. So that's one aspect of the thing. If she's saying that she's ready to build, and if you ain't ready to build, then she can't reflect your light. If she's talking about on a universal level that, look, I'm not going to be dealing with you if you're going to be, spending up all the money on Jordans. Like I got this plan right here. I want to, when the kids is out of school in summertime, I want to introduce them to eating vegan. I'm gonna make some snacks or whatever. This is what we're gonna spend the money on right here. This is the standard that we want to uphold, right? For us as a group of people, and then extend that out to the society to build in that way. You understand what I'm saying? And so I'm gonna make that knowledge born. If it comes a time when as a brother, you might be saying you want to do something frivolous, or you may be straying away from civilization. You may be getting involved with a search for things that don't exist. You know what I'm saying? And as the reflector of the light, I can tell you that the light has changed. Like the light just went from red to blue. I'm gonna let you know that. That's one thing. But see, if she just talking about, in the course of the relationship, you think you're going to be, whatever is your definition of holding feet to the fire. Now we've crossed the bounds outside of just what is my culture. I'm talking about me, Darkim Be AllahChrist. That's not condemning nobody else, Don Bishop. If that's your culture, if that's the, see, just like I've been saying the whole time, right? If that's the understanding that you have with your woman, that I don't need to be understood in that relationship. I don't need to be understood between that. That's your understanding. But she's going to find it difficult to born understanding, right? To, especially if you saying you holding my feet to the fire and see right now, right? What I'm doing, let's be clear. I'm bringing some of my understanding. I'm bringing some of what I've heard other women say or other women mean when they say they want to hold men accountable. Accountable to what? Accountable to uphold the law of the supreme mathematics? Or accountable to uphold some feminist ideology? And see, if she's not clear on that, right, then this is why she has a misunderstanding. Because, if she means the stuff that I first started talking about in terms of, as that unit, right, of man, woman, and child, right? Just like as an individual, you establish certain principles. As that unit, man, woman, and child, you establish certain principles. As a society, you establish certain principles. But that, I guess that's the pink elephant in the room right now. What holds you feet to the fire about what? Jake Johnson said it sounds like she has too much fire and not enough water. Only that, yeah, she has to explain all that. Like, what is she calling slacking? Oh, that's Rob Bourne. I keep forgetting Rob Bourne changed the jumper off to each one teach one. 793rd said, how did the guy put it? 5% phobia or something to that extent, scarred by past experience from one who came in the name of. Jake Johnson said, personally, I wouldn't have a woman give me orders, and I'm good orderly direction myself. Yeah, I mean, yeah, that's you know, I mean, look, this is science. And I'm not discussing the merit of it. I'm not saying which one is better. I'm not saying which one is first. I'm not saying which one it needs to be. But what I'm telling you is that this is a patriarchal nation, and we deal with patriarchal science. You don't really hear me using that term, but we refer to the founder as the father. Just the science that we teach, the way it's manifested, right? It's manifested from a perspective of knowledge, right? And man is the representation of knowledge in the Black family. I mean, so I'm just saying in terms of sometimes you gotta just like if you want to go to a college, right, and you want to go for medicine, you want to go for pre-medical or whatever, but what if this school don't teach medicine? What if they a law school? Saying that to say that, yeah, you're trying to apply principles to a group of people who simply don't have those principles. Right, 793rd. Possibly feminine ideology masked as being the custodian of right-mindedness of the relationship in its direction. Indeed. But at any rate, Don Bishop, what ended up being the outcome? What ended up being the outcome of the interaction there? Like, did she end up with an answer, or was that just her conclusion that all the guys are scared of her? Jack Quinn Hagar, what is the deal? Caught up yet? God save the environment. You got back on delay. What ended up being the final decision on that? Oh, Jack, using love a lot. Sean Jones. Sean Jones said this AGM. Yeah, right, exactly. Misunderstanding is now Jacqueline Gar. This is one of the things I was saying is that it's you know we say putting the wisdom before the knowledge, right? Uh, because that's spelled out in the lessons. You know what I'm saying? When it says who is the founder of Unlike Attract, A like Apparel, that's spelled out. That if you put the wisdom before the knowledge, you put the devil, you make the devil. But see, it's not necessarily just wisdom before the knowledge, it's order of the law. And so see, if you put the 3 before the 1 and the 2, or the 4 before the 1 and 2 and the 3, or the 9 before the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, it all leads to whatever it is being born dead, right? Because it was out of order. And see, you can't show up at a hospital on a day and just say, I'm here to see the baby. Like, you don't even got a woman. You didn't do none of the 1 to 8 that you need to be here at the end of 9 months. So, in terms of that, but yeah, I mean, you're just coming in right now, but when you rewind, you'll see everything that we put in there. Sean Jones said, understand the cipher is to see the big picture. Indeed. It's also, because remember, when you deal with understanding, understanding means to see. You know what I'm saying? You just came in, so I'm going to brush back over that topic that I brushed on. See what you can see. You got what you can see with the naked eye, right? But it's all other levels of sight. See, the naked eye, that's where, you see what's around you right here, but then you got the microscopic view, right? Where you see the details. And you got the telescopic view, where you see the big picture. You understand what I'm saying? So see, like, we got Rob Warren came in the what's the name? See, when he goes through those elements of history, right? You back out, and now you see the big picture of what's going on with this. See, with the naked eye, you can see what's going on around you. But now, if you take the telescopic view, right, you get a book. What the book allows you to do, the book allows you to see far into the past. So you look at the news, or you active in your community, right? You get to see the detail view. See what I'm saying? Like, this is what's going on right now, right here in New York City. Like, something similar might be going on over in Seattle right now, but in New York, this is the details of this situation. See? So see, what I'm saying is that it is not just you talking about distance of space, you talking about distance of time. Right? That is all understanding. You see what I mean? See, you got to understand the cipher, right, that you going into, that you being a part of, but you also got to understand the cipher that you are coming into that big picture, and you got to understand the ciphers that you've been through, right, that got you to the picture that you got right now. So you got to develop these mathematical concepts because you got to live them out. Because like I said, that's how you live out, making your understanding grow by what? You looking, right? See, what look means? Knowledge is to look. Understanding means to see. to see if you increase your knowledge of the big picture of what is going on, then you will understand the big picture, and you can do that through reading. You see what I'm saying? So that's how you bring this stuff into activation. Oh yeah, this is definitely the wordsmith right here. Uh, Sean Jones is definitely the the wordsmith. You just said right here, telescopic view in Google. I mean, listen, Google, you gotta look at Google like a person that you're talking to. And now, uh, and what I seen, what I learned, you know what I'm saying, about research and like this scholarly type of research that's different from just, you reading books and you absorb the knowledge. See, I'm more of a cross-referencer where it's like I could read something in one book, right? I'm not going to just automatically assume, but if I read it in a number of things and I see it in different things and I'm talking to people and whatever, and now I have a kind of consensus, you know what I mean? As opposed to when you really going through the bibliography and finding the primaries. I'm not really trained on that. You know what I'm saying? Um, hold on for a second. Right. All right. But getting back to what I was saying, I'm not really trained on that, but getting back to Google, right? Google is like a person that you're talking to. Where, all right, you saw that in Google, but now you still gotta go research that for yourself. Like you might just see it, you know, news story, New York Post, whatever, you know what I'm saying? So, you know, Google is like a person where you deal with what they call it, uh trust but verify. It's just like a person. You know what I'm saying? So just say, men lie, women lie. Yeah, Google has some things on there that's not accurate. But it also has things on there that's very accurate. It's kind of like the library. I never really understood that. When people say the library is where the lies is buried, why would you bury the lies? The lies is what's on the surface in your face. The truth is what's buried. Now it might be buried amongst lies. But if you go in the library, you're not going to dig up no lies. You're going to dig up the truth. You're going to dig up lies if that's what you're looking for. But that was always one, like, I didn't understand that. Like, why would you want to direct people in that kind of direction? But, it is what it is. See, luckily for me, when it comes to understanding, I see things for myself.
What's the time, G?
Ain't nothing, man. What's the deal?
Yo, you crazy. You left the hangout. You left the clubhouse open, bro.
How you? Yeah, I see it. Oh, I'm the only one in there?
Yeah, son.
How you leave?
You just end it. You press end.
Oh, I see. Yeah, I just was telling people how uh you know, coming on there, it kind of, you see what
Open
I'm
your
saying?
eyes. Open your
It's,
eyes.
it's, you get, it gave me a kind of view, right, on what is the barriers to us, you know, having an understanding between us, you know, having an understanding as a cipher, you know, and even to the point where there's some divisions amongst people that I already knew about, but I've discovered some new divisions that I never even knew existed. You know what I'm saying? And so it just gives you some insight, man, into like some of the barriers, man, some of the things, you know, some just the obstacles that we're gonna have to overcome in order to really achieve anything, man.
And that's the youth right there, bro.
Right, that's what I'm
I
saying.
hope you know that. That's the
Yeah,
youth.
yeah, you're
And
right.
they be pinging me to rooms. And I don't know why they ping me because you know I don't talk about this. So I'm like, yeah,
You know what I've
okay.
seen on there? There's a concerted effort, right, to you know, they would say teach, right? I say recruit, uh, to recruit brothers into these movements, you know, because the feminism needs protection. You know what I'm saying? You know, that's their constant, you know, uh, black women being protected. Um, so they feel like they need to educate us on the feminist principles. You see what I'm saying? You know, kind of, you never heard that concept that feminism is not going to work until all men are feminists.
Yeah, that's a part of it's part of the joint.
Yeah, so that's why, you know, they going to be hearing people, and they uh you know, basically they try to get these points across. You know, you know, that, you know, I listen. It's, you know, like I said, at the point right now, I've heard enough ridiculous things that I'm not ever really shocked on it. You know what I'm saying? But just
What about what I sent you today?
you know what? I didn't even, because I went straight from what's your name to on here. But look, I'm saying I'm on here, right? I just closed it. Look, they got a room, right, where it says members of ADOS got smoked for immigrants, but not Justin Bieber. Like, I'm just saying.
They going at it, man. And there's a dude named King that I was talking to from Chicago. So I remember him. And he was going off on them. He was talking all kind of, I don't know, God. Like, listen, man. I don't know. I just always get in the realm because you are now talking about you in the lane. You in my lane now. You talking about this Black history in America. You in my lane, bro. And they all refer to it, but they all twist it. And I just don't understand it. I don't get it. They don't they
Well,
just
it's
like to hear, I think they like to hear the most opposite of what they thought they knew, and they gravitate to it.
that's
Even if
part
you
of it. But
even if go ahead.
I think it also got to deal with the uh the Goebbels shit. You ever heard in propaganda, they got a concept called the big lie. And the dude, Joseph Goebbels, he said he can make anybody believe any lie, but that it can't be a small lie. It's got to be a gigantic lie. You know what I'm saying? In order to really induce that kind of mass hysteria, that mass delusion, you know, it's got to be something huge. You know what I'm saying? And when you look at the different things, like the elements of how they even invented propaganda, like War of the Worlds and all these types of things, you know. And another thing I think it got to do with is that we live in a society, right, where people's brains is constantly being pounded with things that's releasing dopamine, right? So you constantly craving excitement. You see what I'm saying? So,
but goddamn, God, them niggas is crazy.
Yeah, but this what I'm saying. Let's take you, right? And then let's take Mr. Rocks That Laugh. What is it? The Rocks That Cried?
Yeah, I'm gonna play that shit right now, but you put it like 1 minute.
But look, the dude, see, when you teaching the history, you like, look, yeah, it was these people right here, and then they invented these tools, and then they built this stuff right here, and then they wrote this right here. See, that's not exciting. That's not sexy. See, the people had to manifest this right here, right? They had to manifest this at the word, you know what I mean? And then they had to levitate up across to the other side of Africa, cut these rocks with a beam that came out of their eyes, and then levitated them back across to the other side of Africa and built the pyramids. You see what I'm saying? See, then you would be talking. See, that releases.
But what happened to the I'm just confused, G. Like, what happened then? Why are the people tuned in that way? If you talking about history, you talking about what you want to see, like, yo, these are what the people wrote. Yo, this is what they said. They said it. Nobody else but the people who are the people of that civilization. Why wouldn't you want to hear that?
This is what I'm saying. You talking about the people, right, that grew up with 24-hour cartoons. Like, where life was always exciting. You talking about people that grew up with Pop-Tarts and shit like that. To this day, I still don't really know what a Pop-Tart is.
You lying.
Nah, I never ate that. I didn't have Pop-Tarts.
I know you a little older than me. I mean, yeah, you older than me, but I'm saying though, you seen the commercials of them. Come on.
Yeah, but by the time it came out, I seen it. I didn't know what it was. Like, I think I took a little bite one time because my sister, she grew up on that shit. But me, I ain't that. You know what I'm saying? Me, so my regular old-fashioned Rice Krispies.
Yeah, I was busting them shit down, nigga. I put that shit right in the motherfucking. I put that shit right in the toaster.
Shit and all that.
Put that shit right in the toaster, God.
But that's what I'm saying. See, these people, they grew up with that constant level of excitement. You know what I'm saying? And you gotta realize that I don't know if these people is doing it on purpose, but they've incorporated all of the elements of Christianity. Like, one thing to me at least, when I look at it, it's like, yo, it's like if a motherfucker seen some people running a game, right? You know, it could be anything. Like a person seeing some people selling drugs, let's say, right? And then they was like, oh shit, yo, they getting crazy money selling drugs, yo. Let me do what they doing. I don't know if they sat down and did that with religion, but they include all the same elements. You know what I'm saying? Where, there's a devil in it, you understand what I mean, who is teaching us that we Black, you know what I'm saying? And that, the diaspora of people in general comes from Africa, right? You have this, that now we become the chosen people, especially in this dude's philosophy where, this is Egypt and, David, you found the body of David over here. And we're from it. You understand what I'm saying? All of the things that he's saying, and it's kind of an American thing to do that. Like, I was asking the brothers in the room when we was on the Clubhouse, when in fact, you had came right back in when I was asking that when you look at America, right? I don't know what the statistics is, but it's like the home of the cult. from the Millerism dude to Jehovah's Witness to Seventh-day Adventists to the Mormons to, you know, et cetera, down the line. So they picking, and then they picking people that is, you know, they mentally unstable. Like the one sister that was talking, what she said, the maternal
oral history, nigga.
Right. Yo, listen, I've heard her talk before in those rooms. See, that's when you really know somebody's crazy. When they make perfect sense until they're presented with some alternate facts. When they're presented with some opposing facts, they break right down.
Son, I ain't even know what to do with her, son. I was like, well, I'm not gonna beat you up because you're a girl, you know what I'm saying? So I'm not gonna go hard on you like that. I'm gonna go hard.
You had already went hard on her. I don't know if you detected it, but well, like I said, you might not listen to her talk a whole bunch of other times. You know, the other times when I listen to her talk, when everybody else is there, they got the same belief system she got, she was making perfect sense. And then as soon as you started saying certain things, and then she was like, yeah, well, you know, and I was saying this too in the other room, right? That see, feminism, in my opinion, includes a certain amount of anti-intellectualism, because the intellectualism is patriarchal.
Oh, I thought you was gonna say it's intuition, meaning this is what they feel.
No, they want to come with the intuition now, right? So now the intuition don't always match up with the facts. You see what I'm saying? So anything that is giving them, you know, a kind of, you know, alternate set of facts from whatever the patriarchy is manifesting, they being drawn up by that. You know what I mean?
Crazy. Them niggas crazy, God. But check it out. This is what this dude said, God. I don't get it. I'm saying, I don't get it, bro. I don't get it. Let me see. Let me find that shit.
I tell you.
Here we go. You ready?
Yeah.
You ready for this? 1 minute and 18 seconds. Listen to this bullshit, God.
City-states were already here. They simply went in and said, do you want to fight or do you want to join me? And they formed ancient Egypt through Central America, through South America, into West Africa, and into the islands, including...
Wait, back that up again? What did you say?
Hold on, I'm going to do it again.
States were already here. They simply went...
Yeah, listen to this shit, God.
City-states were already here. They simply went in and said, do you want to fight or do you want to join me? And they formed ancient Egypt through Central America, through South America, into West Africa, and into the islands, including Jamaica and Haiti and Cuba. Those were Black civilizations. There is a long, long record of the history of Cuba. There is a long, ancient Black record of the history of Jamaica and of Haiti as well. Those existed before ancient Egypt formed. In fact, ancient Egypt says they formed from people coming from those islands. So that's how complex the history is. From north.
I'll stop right there, God. Son, what the fuck are you talking about?
Yeah, but I told you that's not the most. Listen, I heard it all last night, son. Nothing can shock me on Clubhouse after the dude told me that in the 1800s, I think he said it was the 1800s, that the indigenous Black people ran all the white people out the South.
Crazy, dog.
I would like to know how he explains Bull Connor.
Bro, what you said?
I would like to know how he explains Bull Connor.
What's that?
That's the sheriff that was he was the one that gave the orders for them to sick the dogs in the fire hoses on them on the Edmund Pettus Bridge.
Oh, I didn't even know that one. Okay. Say his name again.
Bull Connor.
Okay, so I can remember. I just needed you to say so I can remember. All right. Yeah, man. And I'm saying this, God, that there was like 300 people in that room. I just ain't scrolling down, and nobody is questioning this nigga. Like, if somebody tells me something this outrageous, right, that's totally in contrary to what I ever heard, without even reading it, just looking and just normal stuff, I'm gonna be like, hey, excuse me, you said the Jamaicans and the Cuba is where the original Egypt is, and they went and civilized and went to West Africa first, then went to Egypt, and you got the records. Can you tell me what record I could look at? Where is that at?
Listen.
And his answer, look, do the knowledge, God. His answer is, you gotta buy the book. That's his answer. Yeah, so this nigga didn't, he just joined this shit, bro. That first day we seen him on there, he wasn't on there when I was wilding on him, when I was washing him up. He wasn't there. He had 30 followers. Nigga, that nigga got 700 followers. The nigga came on, nigga said, yeah, man, I sold 80 books. Yeah, this nigga killing him. Misinformation, God. And this is why I call Top Cat. He in there. That's why I'm doing this. I'm just doing the knowledge. I'm just making my drive-bys. See, listen, so when I do what I do, I'll be like, nigga, you was a fucking harbinger and promoter of white supremacy, nigga. That's what you are. You know, like if somebody doesn't know, I can't charge you with that. No, he knows. Because you read and you know, you don't say nothing. That means you down with the program, son. You're down with the program. You down with the disinformation program. And I just could not believe that there's 300 people there and you see them lights flashing. That means clapping. If you didn't know that, God, when they do that, that means they agreeing with this. You just see mad flashing like nobody saying nothing. How could you not have a question about something you never heard before?
I don't think it's that they never heard it though.
The God said, I don't think they never heard it before.
Now I'm telling you, listen. You ever saw that documentary? It's a documentary about LA, right? About the riots though. And there's an older brother there, and he's saying he was in the gangs before the riots, right? And he said one day he just noticed, it's all these little kids out here wearing blue and red. But he was like, where do you, how the fuck, what is this? And then he said when he thought about it, he realized, these is all the little kids that was around that we didn't pay attention to. Now they're a little bit bigger. Now they done started their own thing and they on something else. You know what I'm saying? So in the midst of, everything that's going on, you know what I'm saying, on side now, everybody's over there debating and there's all these things going on. Somehow this other theory or whatever, started being manifested, and like you said, it's just grown to a level where, like you said, you got 300 people in the room. Now, mind you, these 300 people is from all over the world. So now, what are they doing? Like, for instance, you go on there, you see all those women on there, right? They all got kids. So are they going back and teaching their kids what this dude is saying? Like somehow or another, this thing grew up where that's what I'm seeing. Like, wait a minute. It's like I'm out the loop. Like y'all are all, how long have you been doing this? How long have you been studying your genealogy or whatever the different things is? You know what I'm saying? And then I just think, we talk a lot of times about things that other people is not educated about, but the school system is inadequate in teaching you know, even the mainstream accepted history. So a lot of people, they just don't, you know, they being introduced to things, and all you got to use is one or two facts. And you use one or two facts that can be proven, and then you could weave that in with a whole bunch of, you know, whatever. You know, like you could use the name David, not saying that David is a real person, but he's just somebody that all of these people have been introduced to. And I noticed that that's another element of this. I don't know if you noticed that, but all of this stuff that I'm seeing, right, consists of people that want to leave the white man alone, right? But they don't want to leave the Bible. That's a whole element of it. All of the, you know, all of this
Facts,
stuff.
son. Facts, God. I don't disagree with you. And you can make a compelling argument with certain things, right? So watch this. Do knowledge of this, right? You ever saw the Bonpanamak murals
Say it
in
again?
Mexico? Bonpanapak murals. The murals. Like the temple is called Bonpanamak. How you say this shit? Bonpanapak. Is in Mexico.
So if I do, I don't know about that name.
All right, so I'm probably pronouncing it. I'm gonna put that shit in Google because you know Google born build to destroy, right, God? Google born build to destroy. Now, this is in Mexico.
All right, yeah, I've seen this before.
Right, now do the knowledge, right? When you look at these pictures, the first thing you see is these dark-skinned people and they look like they got dreads, right?
Mm-hmm.
Nobody pays attention to what's on the top. Those are writings right there. Those are deciphered, so you know exactly who's who, what's what, and everything going on. However, this is a truth, like you said. This is a real temple. This is a picture, but this is not the real picture. This is a reconstruction. Now, look at these dudes' hair. See this guy here on the bottom? He look like they all got dreads. That's what it looked like, right?
Mm-hmm.
Now, here's the real picture. This is the real picture. So now, when I zoom in on these pictures, and you get to see their hair look like some curly type shit, you heard? They still black though, still dark skinned, but the braids is gone. You know what I'm saying? So that changed that whole entire thing. However, if I wanted to make an argument, all I would have to do is look at this. This is real, God. See this? This is real. So this is how they look. These people is dark skinned, and this is in the 900 AD, bro. This shit real. So like when you look at these temples and whoa, fat girl. When you see these, yeah, I was over there trolling. I was like, look at this chick. This is one of them chicks that was running the group. But yeah. Yo, you know I be doing that shit. I was doing it to you. This girl was talking about she a $5 Indian. I mean, she a native looking like straight up Sally. But that shit looked crazy. But this is really what it be. And it's weird, man. It's weird, God.
Mm-hmm.
Let me delete fat girl out of here. Fat girl gotta go. Bye. Fat girl gotta go. But yeah, man. That shit crazy, God. So it's like you said, you could take a truth, right? And the truth is that these people is dark skinned, right? And they in Mexico. And then you could be like, look, see, that was us. We were always here. Told you. And now comes the other story. Yo, look, they came to Egypt and blah, 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 blah. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's, I you know, for me, it's also just a lot of these things that they saying, right? I just ultimately don't understand because it, you know, one reason I see that they emotional about it is that that's their that's their idea of getting reparations. You know what I'm saying? You know, I just don't see what what the advantage is of they like real serious about this, but just the whole
No, they serious about this shit, bro. They dead ass serious, bro. They dead serious, bro.
yeah, but I just don't see like what would be the advantage, right? And
no, the advantage is they want what the so-called natives have, and because there's so many of us here, that means that we always been here, and this is our land, and we should fight to get our land back so we can get reparations for our land. You dig?
I mean,
that's the ultimate goal. So what you just asked is their ultimate goal. That's the goal. I said, yo, so what's your end game, fam? Oh, we need to get our land back. Okay, so us 45 million people here are always been here, yeah? Yeah, except them immigrant niggas. I said, okay. So what's the plan? What's the goal? Like, what's the goal of you teaching me that the slave trade is in reverse? It didn't really happen. We always been here. Oh, we got to reclaim our tribes. So, that's why we got to do our genealogy. Oh, so I got to buy the genealogy. He's like, yeah, man, you got to get one of the sisters to help you. Ah, okay, so I get one of the sisters. So once I get the genealogy done, then what? Then then now you know your tribe. Okay, so now I know my tribe, then what? Oh, we got to make sovereign tribes. Well, wait a minute, those tribes already exist. They was already here. Yeah, nah, we don't want to mess with the Indian dudes. Those are the fake guys. So wouldn't your fight really be with them instead of with us saying fuck Africa? If you saying you really these people, when are you niggas gonna step to them? Because really that's what your problem is. Your problem is them niggas. When you gonna step to the natives? Because you know them niggas will get you up out of here.
And then here's the thing. If you step to them, what are you gonna get from them? I'm saying you got a handful of white people that's getting money off the casinos, but that's not what's going on with the rank and file of the Indians.
That's not going on with you hit it on the nose. That's not the majority of the Indians. See, they focusing on them 5 civilized nations where them Europeans entered that shit. That shit, they got cash tribes. Like you said, God. Like they own motherfucking casinos. They got tobacco shit. They got that red cafe shit. And they got other businesses that generate millions of dollars that don't got nothing to do with the government. They own shit. You think that they gonna let you come? You do, yo. If you watch what they did to these black people, they kicked off the rolls. Them niggas spent $2 million in 2 months on ads just to go on TV showing that the white man is trying to do the same thing and take our land and give it to the black people. Yeah. Them niggas spent $2 million in 2 days. I mean, in 2 months, son. Just on ads. Let's not talk about their lawyers. So what you're gonna do is you want to prove to them that you not that. How you gonna do that? And then what's supposed to happen after that? So now basically what's supposed to happen after that, let's say that this does work. So now you take the place of them and the government transfer the money to you and they gonna tell you to stay where these niggas is at. Yeah? Do you think they gonna let that happen, bro? You know these niggas meet with the president, right? You know them sovereign, not that you know that, my nigga. Okay, I just wanted to know what the game plan, what's the end goal? Yeah, but that's why we don't need to link with them. We're gonna make our own shit. Oh, so you gonna make your own tribe. Yeah, look right here. We got the UNESCO indigenous, so I had to go grab this shit to see what it was. So it's an international indigenous application, fam.
I mean, I think the ultimate goal is for the people, like the dude that wrote the book we was talking about, just for them to make money. You know,
I know that.
in terms of religion,
it is a religion now.
Yeah, that's the promised land. Like that's the heaven. You know what I'm saying? If you just believe in what this nigga's telling you about Peru is Africa, what he just said?
That Jamaica and Cuba,
yeah,
is the foundation of Egypt. Now
look, if you just believe in him, right, then you will have everlasting life in the Garden of Eden right here in America.
Yeah, he said that too. He just wasn't there for that.
That's what I said. The people, the way they doing this is a masterful religious stroke. You know what I'm saying? And I'm gonna tell you, look, this is the master stroke in religion. It's the master stroke in religion, right? Is that, see, everything is perfect. The problem is that you was born in sin. And so now you got to follow my program in order to get into heaven. See, so for this religion, everything is right and exact. But the problem is that you haven't done your genealogy. You don't know your genealogy. See, you do your genealogy, you believe in all this program that I got right here for you, you know what I'm saying? And you're gonna make it into the promised land. That's who all these dudes is. That's
Yo, I sent District on the Wild Goose Chase, yo. Talk about the third degree to 114. I say, yo, if I was to ask you, how is Columbus a half original man? How would you prove that? It's like, yeah, I gotta research you. I said, yeah, God, go ahead. Go find out who his parents is. And then you're gonna find something out. Then you're gonna find out at least 7 theories. And ain't none of them shits got nothing to do with Africa, yo. So
who you said again?
Columbus.
Oh, right. Yeah.
I mean, does half original man mean half original and half European, right?
Yeah.
I want to make sure I'm right. Maybe you could tell me if I'm wrong. I just want to make sure. Can it mean half black and half Indian, half black and half Asian? Or we can't say that, right? Because those are original people, yeah?
Right.
Okay, so it means a mulatto.
Mm-hmm.
So I say, yo, go look up the history of Columbus, find out who his parents are, and once you find that out, you're gonna give them to a rude awakening. You're gonna find out they got 7 different theories.
Yes, to my knowledge, nobody really knows who Columbus is. But here's what we do know, though, right? And this is what's common, right, about all of the half original people in the degrees, right? Because of all of them, right, we don't have that. When you go by the way you just say, right, if we go by the word that we was given about them, that's one thing. But if we go by trying to find their parents, right, we can't prove that none of the people referred to as half original in lessons is half original. You know what I'm saying? What we do see is that they able to move amongst both sides. You know what I'm saying? Like you able to have the people that's your navigators or whatever, right? The people that's manning the boats, you able to have them be Moors, but then you able to do business with Queen Isabella. You know what I'm saying? So whatever it is was about you, Moses, you was able to move amongst the Egyptians and you was able to move amongst the Jews.
Right. But how was Columbus moving amongst the original man? We already saw what happened when he came here.
Well,
you see what he did with his son.
he
Make
had
this
the Moors.
plantation.
He had the Moors that was on the boat with him. I'm saying.
Yeah, and that's another mystery god. Because now when you try to find those people, it's called the Nino brothers. All right. So, you know, some scholars say, yeah, they were black. Some scholars say they were not. But there's a thing that happens here. Like, they put out decrees, and their decrees say no Moors, no Jews, only Christians can come to the Americas. Nobody else. So, with that being said, they didn't want that here. They only wanted Jesus, nigga. There's no Yahweh, nigga, and no Allah, nigga. They didn't want that. Well, because they came from Europe. So this is where he comes from. So we know where he embarks. We know the name of his mother. We know the name of his father. They debate as if he was a crypto Jew, which means that he was acting like he was a Jew and he really was a Christian. You know what I mean? So when you look at that story of on the boat, it only comes from one source that we have. And it's a definition of the words called, what is it? El Negro. And then you really find out the shit really says El Ningo. So now we are the dilemma. We have a problem, Houston. Was this really the Moors on here? Because you thought it said a person translated this shit to El Negro when it really said El Ningo? Or what did it really mean El Negro? Who knows? We don't know. But it doesn't really say what they originally thought by looking at that a person that translated their original document. The original document don't say Negro at all. So now we have a problem. You dig?
Mm-hmm.
So we know what he did when he came here. He enslaved them Indians, right? Queen Elizabeth told him, yo, these niggas got a soul. Stop bringing them niggas over here. A matter of fact, send them niggas back to America, yo. I don't want them niggas here. So then Aviando comes through. He like, yo, we got to get them African niggas then. I mean, he know who the Africans are, so we got to get these niggas. So what he do? He bring the Africans over there. And what happens? Boom. That's your first revolt right there. Niggas tear that whole shit down. So his first interaction moving amongst the original men was enslavement. For Muhammad, he moved amongst the original men, any other class, but he didn't come to destroy us or do anything to us. He came to uplift us. So I don't know, man. But you are right, though. It is weird, though. That's a good concept you put there, Father. Like, well, it's a question mark.
Yeah, with Columbus, a whole bunch of question marks. Because that was the next question I would say, is then we also got to look at from the other side, right, of where would the Europeans have gotten that knowledge?
Oh, you mean knowledge to travel?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the problem. All right, that goes from the Jews. That's where they get it from. Because you gotta look at the Jews had a school. It's called what's the name of this shit? I'm gonna show it to you right now. It's called What the fuck is this name of this shit? I'm gonna just put Jewish map school. I can't pronounce this shit, guys. So part of me, and I'm gonna tie it in once if I can find it. There it is, right here. The Majakin. So this is Majakin Jews, right? And these dudes wound up going to West Africa or whatever. So these niggas right here. So this is why they also think that he's a Jew, or he was a what's the name? So this school right here, it's called the Majakin Cartographic School. The Majakin Cartographic School is a term coined by historians to refer to the collection of predominantly Jewish cartographers, cosmographers, and navigational instrument makers, and some Christians associates that flourished in the Majaka in the 13th, 14th, 15th centuries until the expulsion of the Jews. So this is the school. This guy here, Abraham, whatever the fuck his name is, Jehuda Krikas, and this is where we get that map where Mansa Musa on it. They the ones who did it. So here's their map. So this right here is a part of the Catalan Atlas that was created by the Majakas. So with these dudes, they had stories and what they was really looking for, and that happens originally, they're looking for Prester John. So Prester John is supposed to be this mythical king that either lives in Ethiopia or India. So this guy, they need to go find this mythical Christian kingdom that's in India so that they can continue to get gold and continue to flush out the Ottoman Empire. So their goal was to go to India per se, continent, not what we call the Americas. That's why he started calling them Indians or Indos, because they really thought they was in the land of Prester John. They looking for the king. So what are they doing when they come in here? The first thing they doing is they looking for gold, bro. So they gotta grab people up, try to take them niggas back. That take a couple of years so you can get these niggas to learn your language, right? And once you get them to know that, tell them niggas you gonna let them go if you become a translator, and that's called the slave translation movement. And they get them niggas to come back with them, and then they want them. That's all they want to know, nigga. Where's the gold? That's all they want. So he got lost, son. So they didn't know about this place here. This is a total mistake. Where they get these stories from, God, I don't have an answer for you for that, God. How the fuck you even know about India? I don't know, God.
No, they knew. Remember, they knew in terms of that there's lands that's out there that have all type of stuff from trade, from but everything is going through the Arabs. You know what I'm saying? Until they go around South Africa and start making their own runs to India. You know what I'm saying? Whoever you know, that also got to deal with the little partition that took place where this route to get to these lands, right, is already controlled now by the Portuguese. So the Spanish got to take the other route. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. But what I'm saying is that they common theory that they had at that time was that you couldn't go across the Atlantic Ocean. You know, some you know, rather he thought he was going to India or rather he knew where he was going, you know, you know, even the round earth was not a year.
Yeah, we gotta remember they thought the world was flat.
Right.
They thought the world they thought they was gonna fall off that bitch.
Right. Somehow they had to get the knowledge that now you could go that way too.
I don't know, son. I think they just went that way. Them niggas got lost, God. Niggas got lost.
That's very quite possible too. Even the way they describe it. Like the way they describe how, like, yo, the people was just about to mutiny and say, yo, let's just turn around. You know what I'm saying? When they saw the land. But yeah, Columbus, he's a very tricky character, you know, and he's one of the people that we know mostly through the legends of the people that celebrate him.
Nah. We know about that nigga from his writings. Not how we know about that nigga.
I mean, yeah, we know about things that he did, you know what I'm saying? But like when we talk about who he is and them type of stuff like that, we don't really know, you know what I'm saying? And like you said, you know, it's a 1,000 purposes now. You know what I'm saying? Everything from you know, religious conquest to conquest for treasure, you know, et cetera, et cetera. You know, looking, like you said, Prester John supposed to have been in the Garden of Eden.
When I read that shit, my nigga, you know how mad I was, bro?
They said they thought Haile Selassie was Prester John.
Yeah, that shit crazy, bro. Like, you don't know how mad I was. I said, yo, these niggas is in the middle of a fucking war. And these niggas is looking for a mythical kingdom that they really believe, nigga, that has the gold and weapons so that they can defeat these niggas. This clown ass, what is his name? Henry the Navigator, nigga. Soon as he get over here in West Africa, first thing he like, yo, y'all niggas got to find Prester John. Who is these Arab niggas? Who is these funny looking niggas? They black. I think them niggas is Moors. Yo, get them niggas. I'm saying? They grab them up, snatch them back, ask them niggas if they know the Moorish language. Them niggas don't know the Moorish language, God. Them niggas don't know no fucking Arabic. Niggas talking some other shit, bro. They say, hold up, these ain't the right ones. So then they grab another nigga and they like, oh, who's this nigga? They would seem like they respect him. This guy understands the Moorish language. And we find out this nigga name is Adahu the Moor. This nigga here, they tell him, listen, man, we gonna let your friends go, but you need to go back over there and let us know what's popping. So them niggas brought the nigga back home. This bitch ass motherfucker was gone for 7 days, bro. If the European would have waited one more day, son, the slave trade would have never happened, bro. That clown ass nigga came back, son, with some white people, some Arabs, and some black sub-Saharan Africans, and be like, yo, these niggas is what's the name? These niggas is the what they call them, the Amazigh tribe, and these niggas fuck with Islam. And like, oh, so the Moors are here. Okay. All right. Thanks, buddy. Now, what's up with this trade, though? They're like, yeah. We do trading with you. We tell you, we give you some gold, nigga. What you got, though? If that never happened, son, slave trade would never happen, God. And meanwhile, the whole time, the mission is to find out where the fuck is Prester John. They want to know about them trade routes they seen with these camels and all this shit going back and forth on that Trans-Saharan Railroad. They see that shit, and that's what they was doing. Fact finding mission, God. And I don't and here's the baffling part to me, God. You niggas see these white motherfuckers come over here, they grab niggas up, and you run them niggas out of there, son. Then they come back and try to do this shit again. They caught a couple of niggas, you know what I'm saying? But y'all, they washed them, rest of them Europeans up there. And they write in the story that the Africans ate them and all that. You know how they do that shit, try to say we some cannibal niggas talking about, yeah, we lost Silbando and all them other weird nigga names, you heard? However, then they say, yo, we can't do this shit. We don't know how many of these niggas is over here. We don't know what's popping, but we gotta find Prester John. Everything is Prester John to these niggas, bro. And them niggas come back and the Africans start trading with these niggas. I'm like, yo, why the fuck is you trading with these niggas? Just you saw these niggas capture your people, bro. That story don't fit right with me, son. Cause it don't make sense, son. I don't get it. Well, that don't make sense to me, God.
Now you know why they call it divine providence.
But I'm just being real. Like, yo, if we on our block, right? And some niggas come around dressed up different now, we don't never see these niggas before. And we chilling and we look out the store and you see these niggas grab your mans up and put them niggas in the car. We start busting at them niggas, trying to get them niggas, right? Then them niggas come back and do the same shit again. So now we know, nigga, we gonna spread the word. Yo, these niggas that look like this, they look like they dead, they white niggas. They got some funny suits on and shit. Some fucking cross. Cause we gotta get these niggas, get them niggas. Now all of a sudden we want this do trading with them, God? What we trading with you for? Nigga, we got the gold. You ain't got shit to give us. I don't understand that shit. I still to this day, so that shit kind of like bothers me. I'll be like, I don't see it. I wouldn't do it. Why?
I mean, you gotta, for me, I'm put like this. I'm seeing it happen right now in real time with the Chinese, and I'm just as baffled.
What you mean by that though? They not going over there capturing them niggas.
They're not capturing them, but you know, you still doing trading from a certain you know, from a certain standing, you know, like you doing trading, like you got the goods, just like you said, you know, we got the gold. What is it that y'all got? You know what I'm saying? You know, it's still a situation where you know, you're not hearing how, you know, this joint product or this joint venture between the Chinese and the Africans is resulting in any type of advantages for the Africans.
Right.
And why are they making that kind of deal when, I mean, when you look historically, every trading they've done, you know what I'm saying, you know, has been pretty bad for the last 5,000 years.
Yeah, more magnetic. That El Nino Castle over there, that wasn't a trade. It wasn't a slave thing first. It was just a factory so that they could do goods. The sad thing about that is that they was paying the African rent, nigga, to build that shit, bro. That shit crazy, bro. Then, you know, later on, probably 50, 60 years down the line, that's when the commodities switched from them commodities to slaves and them wanting more slaves as they start developing, finding more stuff in America. So once they started finding out South America and Brazil, because that was the goal. The goal was Brazil, because Brazil had all the gold. I mean, so they wanted to go there. And that was about yeah, but that shit was a factory just for trading goods. It wasn't for slaves and shit at first. Picture that, son. The European paying the African rent, and them niggas ain't never had no system like that over there, God. It's a rent. What the fuck you talking about? You gonna pay me the bill? Yeah, all right, nigga. But that shit did. Nah, they wasn't. They was never trading gold. What was happening? G, they had a They was trading gold dust. So they had these account weights that they would use for trading. So the European doesn't have gold. So he doesn't have any gold to give them. They want their gold. So the secret was they never let them niggas come inland to know about the gold that's in the forest. They never revealed that secret to the European at all. They never told them. So there was no gold that Khan was trading with them for slaves. That didn't make sense. So the people that they would have wars with, so the Europeans stopped demanding, like, because they used to use cowrie shells and these beads. So the beads were like the dollar bill in West Africa. So if you had them shits, then you could trade and get what you want. So they would come with them fucking things and they would give them niggas, they would measure the gold and they'll have like some interpreter nigga right there, but they would never let the cracker know where the gold is at, ever. You know, that shit didn't happen until later on, until David Livingstone and all the rest of them niggas got up in there. They never revealed that secret. Even the the Arab, the how can I say it? Muslimized black people. They didn't even reveal the secret. That's how Mantabusa, you know, he went over there with all that gold. They know they got that bread though, but they don't know where it's at. And they can't get into the interior because they didn't let them get it. So it's very interesting how that shit transpired and how that shit worked. And again, it's only from word of mouth and the records that they left behind. So, you know, yeah, they say guns too. That's the gun cycle. I see y'all saying still. Nah, it wasn't no trick, God. They never offered the European never offered the African gold, son. They don't have it. We have it. That's what they did for us, son. They never offered us no fucking gold, God. They, they had none. The major commodity was that fucking gun, son. And if I show you the gun cycle and you see how many millions of guns they was traded, yo, man, let me tell you something, man. Them niggas sold your ancestors for a pot, my nigga. You got sold for a pan and silverware, nigga. You got sold for some silverware, nigga. Yo, you got sold for some hats and shit, son. That's what you got sold for. European clothes and linen and shit, my nigga. That's what you got sold for, my nigga. You got sold for gold. You got sold for that shit, bro. Yeah, son. I'm gonna show you the book. I'm gonna show you. Watch this. This is my favorite site because I got this book, but I like the fucking picture, though. This shit right here. This how these niggas did niggas dirty, son. They giving niggas clothes and shit. This shit right here. Here you go. Behold, nigga. Your ancestors got sold for this shit right here. So niggas could walk around fly. I think it's the same thing like the crack game, dog. We sold crack so that we could buy European clothes and live fly and kill our generation. Same shit. Look, right here. See that funny ass hats and all that weird shit this nigga got on? See that stupid ass hat he got on his head? And that fucking funny little swirly shit. This nigga even got lipstick on, B. You know what I'm saying, son? Yeah. Several illustrations of European travel logs depict Dahomey kings wearing big colorful hats decorated with huge plums. Illustration credit King Gazo, depicted in Forbes Frederick E. Dahomey, and the Dahomey is in 1850. Yeah, you got sold for it, nigga. And I showed this before. The niggas knew you was over here. They knew it. They knew it. Right here. These niggas is mad because the slaves started the Mandingo. It's something called the Mandingo Rebellion. So the Mandingo Rebellion happened to set off a whole thing in West Africa. Dumb Africans, they wasn't jacking that Islam shit. They wasn't jacking none of that. He's like, yo, fuck these niggas. We going to war with these niggas. Over there in West Africa, they had them rice plantations over there. So think about this, dog. They got the Africans got niggas over there on, they had over 900 villages with niggas on that motherfucking slaving these niggas. Yeah. Them niggas rose up and say, yo, niggas, we ain't fucking with you. So then you have the Balanta tribe. So the Balanta is like 6 tribes that never wanted to do trading with Europeans or anybody talking any Abrahamic faith. Them niggas said, we not fucking with you. You fuck with Islam, get the fuck out of here. No, we're gonna give you God. No, nigga, fuck your God, nigga. Get out of here. So now those dudes is the dudes that was going to war, but who helped them? The Jews helped them. So the niggas who get kicked out of exile from Spain, some of them come to West Africa, but they still have trading partners. So those people become your Linkados. So those Jews from Portugal marry into the African family, right? And when they do that, I'm saying now you have a generation of African Jews. So they would get guns from those Jews. Those African Jews would give them guns. So that would help them fight and shit. But you know why they did that? Because they got exiled and was forced to sell all their shit in 90 days. If you don't get rid of your shit in 90 days, Jew, nigga, you, nigga, you done. Sell all your shit. So they niggas have their bread and money and all that when they left. And they still had their trade contacts and doing that shit that they do. Yeah, man. They knew, the niggas knew we was over here. These niggas is sellouts. Look, 1795, diplomatic mission sent by Angolo arrived in Salvador Baja in Brazil. The embassy was composed of 2 Diomean emissaries. There you go, right there. I think I read this before. Yeah. Niggas knew he was over here. Niggas are sellouts. I don't know about that gold thing you're talking about, though, God. They ain't never get niggas tell niggas they get gold, bro. But as like the God said, man, this shit not sexy enough for the youth. That shit it's not dramatic enough, you heard? That shit ain't dramatic enough.
But yo, we about to wrap this one up right here. Everybody that made it this far and allowed to each one teach one, hit the like button. You new to the channel, subscribe. Share this on your other channels, your Facebook, Instagram, Facebook groups, text messages, etc., etc. And I'm gonna check in on y'all tomorrow. Peace.
Yo, before you go, G, you gonna make a civilization clubhouse? I'm just asking a question, dog. I'm just asking a question. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, listen. I see the people. I was like, man, I don't know about making no room.
I'm gonna see how it go. They let me make one, so all right, I'm gonna see. I got I think right. How many people I got in there now? I think it's like 51 people now. Let me see. Somebody else just joined. So I got how many people? I made it yesterday. I got 56 people now. Let me see how it happens. See what happened, man. Yeah, man. Make the 5% group, bro. Come on. You can do it, God. Come on. Niggas gonna come in there and say you a patriarch, nigga. You talk about man is God, nigga. Get this nigga out of here.
Listen. Yeah, listen, man. That's I already know. I'm gonna get kicked right out. Some Muslim people today kicked me out.
Word?
Yeah. Like as soon as they see my name, they was like, it's like, yo, who's that, man? Yo, why he playing? So look, first they kicked me out. Then the other girl, she said, but wait, what if that's really his name though?
Welcome, man. I'm glad you had the experience to know how it feels to get kicked out. But they can't kick you out your group because that's your club. So when you make the club, you put the people you want in your shit. And you know, whoever want to join, you can look at their profile, let them in or not. But when you go on your joint, people might see it and want to jump in, but they can't do nothing because you control it. I'm saying that's your cipher right there. They can't do shit. I mean, be like, yo, well, yeah, you what you want to talk about? I don't like this black man God stuff. That's patriarch of word. And then it's up to you if you want to if you want to deal with that.
Yeah.
I think you good at it, man. I think you got a good got a good way to build, dog. You got a good connecting. You good. You good at connecting stuff, yo.
Yeah, but I'm fucking right, man. See, I mean, you know what I seen with that? Because when I go in, that's what it is. Like, yeah, see, I'm like a dinosaur in here, man. Because, like, just some of the stuff. Ah, man. Some of the stuff, man. And one thing I don't like about on here, man, is these particular women that's on this app, yeah, they make being a woman sound horrible, yo.
Word.
Like, you be like, God damn. Everybody on there is a survivor and shit.
See, the God said they want you to do it. Put one in the chat if you want the God to teach civilization classes or clubhouse. And then you can hang up after this. Don't try to hang up now, man. Y'all let the people speak. You gotta let the people speak. Put a one in the chat if you want the God to hold civilization classes and make the nation of God or clubhouse. Put the one in the chat.
Yeah, Shaquem, yeah, I think you you gotta have an iPhone from what I see.
Yeah, you gotta have an iPhone. Put a one in the chat. Yo, where y'all at, man? It's wisdom, knowledge, people. Up, you got somebody. Somebody say yeah. Somebody say yeah. Y'all don't think these guys got Androids, yo. Yup. Oh, Starkima. That's Starkima, right? Stocky BT. Yeah, that's Starkima. Yeah, she put a one in the chat. Yeah, man.
Yeah, fucking around. I gotta see I see the little green thing right there where it says start a room.
Oh, nah. How you make a club though? Not a just you see when you go to your profile?
Let me see.
When you go to your profile and you scroll to the bottom and it says members of.
All right, yeah.
And then just scroll all the way till you see that plus button at the end.
All right, I see.
Once you press plus, you name the room what you want.
All right. Yeah, that's crazy, man.
There you go. And then once you make the group, you add whoever you want to put in it.
You know what? What would be dope, G?
What's that?
Hey, how you invest in this shit right now?
You can't do it now. It's not public yet. It's still in the beta stage. Trust me, I'm on it. As soon as that shit go public, I'm buying stock.
Because right now, right? It's no they're not making money.
Oh, yes, he is. He just got what he got? $100 million. He just got $100 million to invest in this shit, bro.
Yes, invest money, but I'm saying the app itself is you just come on and then you just go in the rooms like it's no ads or nothing.
Oh, that's gonna come, God. So that's why this is a beta phase. So they just seeing basically how it worked. They looking at it to see the kinks. So what they're gonna do is the same thing they do with everything. They're gonna make it where you can have paid ads and all that other stuff. That's the same way how like Facebook. See, it came out, right? But there was no ads. It was just people connecting with people. Once they figured that out and it got big, now you be like, okay, we're gonna make ads. We're gonna put ads in here. Now we're gonna make people be able to, because there's a bunch of consumers here that have multiple different interests. So once you log on to this and your email and all that's connected to it, that's gonna connect to everything else you look online. And that's what's gonna pop up on your shit and everybody else thing. So now that, okay, now we're gonna suggest people to buy ad space for their business. Then they're gonna turn around and be like, okay, you want to make a business page? Good, you can make a business page. Bang. Now after you're able to make a business page because there's millions of people on this app, now it's like you can do SEO and target the people you want to talk to or who you want to see your message. So when you make your ad, you can pick the age group that you want it to be seen by. You can pick the geographical location down to miles, bro. So if I got a store that's on 70th Street and I want people to come there, my ad will only be shown to those specific people. And you pay for that space. So every time somebody clicks on your ad, they pay whatever, how many cents it is for the keywords and all that other stuff. I mean, that's what they're going to do with this shit. And then they're going to add video to this shit. So it ain't going to always be like, I'm telling you what's going to happen, God. They're going to turn this shit going to be like YouTube. But it would be like if you could go to a YouTube page and just, what somebody's building and just pop up on it. That's what they're going to do. The same exact shit, son. They're going to get that bread. They already got this shit plotted out. And as soon as they make that shit public, I'm buying.
Yeah. See if you can get in right now before they get the ads. That's the real paper. Like, see, whoever gave him that $100 million, he's gonna be a billionaire. If he's not already, like that 100 million is gonna bring in billions.
Right. Yeah, man, it's crazy, God.
Because I already know what they're gonna do.
And then they might even do some other shit, start charging niggas to be on that shit.
Right, that's what I was just getting ready to say. It probably end up being something where it's like, yo, you probably could come on still, right? And probably make a group where you got like 50 people, you know what I'm saying? And it'd be some type of ads or something, you know, and then after that, like, you know, if you want to have more people, you got to pay.
Yep, that's how it's gonna go, God. Yeah, but just be looking out for that. I'm saying, just check your Yahoo Finance or your Google Finance and just keep popping that shit in. Because as soon as this shit leave beta stage, that's when the real app is gonna come out. And when they do that, it's on and pop. Like, imagine if we did that when Facebook came out.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? We'd have bread in that. So now, because I know about this shit, everything that I use, son, I got something in it. I got a little something in it. So I want some kind of dividend. I want something coming back from this shit, bro. Yeah, but they gonna make this shit like that. I'm telling you, they gonna add video to this shit, all that, bro. Because the way it is kind of out of control because people could put any kind of picture up there. You know what I'm saying? Like, dudes, you see what be going on. I mean, so they gonna change a whole bunch of shit with this shit to make it user friendly. I mean, and then I'm starting to see you got some kids that I don't think they 18 in there, bro. So that's another thing.
Ooh. Yeah, check it out. But yeah, though, everybody, catch up to y'all tomorrow. Peace.